Welcome to this course on Django, where we will learn basic, intermediate, and even advanced concepts related to this fantastic web framework and Python itself. So let's take a look at what we are going to build. First of all, we can actually log out, and let me log in very quickly again. Next, we can generate some sales data, actually visualize the sales data. Okay, so we can decide that the date from will be, for example, the 7th, and the date to will be, let's say, today's date. We can decide on the chart type. I'm going to stick with the bar chart for now, and the results by can be presented by transaction or the sales date. So I'm going to leave it as it is with transaction, and I'm going to press search, and we have no data is available. So let's go to add from file, and over here we can drag and drop a CSV file. Okay, we have a confirmation that your file has been uploaded. So let's go to sales, and over here we have the sales list. Okay, and if we go to home, let's try to get the data one more time. So from the 7th to today's date, bar chart, transaction, search, and here we have a few data frames, and these are pandas data frames integrated with Django. So we will be learning how to perform operations on those data frames, and then we see a bar chart. Okay, and we can add a report based on the charts that we see. So let's press add report. Over here we just need to name the report, so I'm going to put in test report, and then I'm going to put in test description, and I'm going to hit save. We have a confirmation that the report has been created. So let's go to reports, and here is our report. Okay, and here we have a few that I created previously. So let's take a look at the details. So this is how the detail page looks like, and also we can go to the PDF, and we can create a PDF out of the report. All right, as mentioned before, we also have a sales list. So here we have, for example, the customer logo and what we sold in what quantity for what price. Okay, also we have a simple profile page where we can edit the bio and the avatar picture, and this is basically it. Let's log out. So now it's time to talk about the requirements to take this course, and I think the basic knowledge of Python, HTML, and CSS will be enough if you are an eager learner, and if you are ready to do some additional research if I forgot to explain something or I simply explained it early. And before we actually get started, there's just two more things that I want to mention. Django is a large and powerful framework, so it's impossible for me to cover all the topics in just one course. I personally don't believe that you can learn Django in 1 hour, 5 hours, or even 10 hours. This simply requires practice, and there's always space for improvement. And the second thing is that I would love to hear feedback from you guys, why you liked this course or why you didn't. Please write your thoughts in the comments below, leave a like, and this will be a huge support for me. So yeah, right now, without further ado, let's get started. Alright guys, so let's get started with this project. The first thing that I'm going to do is to open a blank window of terminal, and I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger so you can precisely see what I'm going to type over here. And let's access the desktop directory. Over here we are going to create a new virtual environment, and I'm going to name it DJ as Django _ DS as data science. And let's type enter. And now we have this virtual environment created, so we can actually access this directory, cd dj ds, and we can activate it. Source bin activate. All right, so now we can start installing packages. And the first one that we are going to bring in is, of course, Django. So pip install Django. Okay, so we will be using Django 3.1.7. And let's wait a few seconds more. Okay, we have successfully installed, among others, Django 3.1.7. And as the next step, we can actually create a Django project. And in order to do this, we need to write Django admin start project, and then the name of the project. So I'm just going to type in reports proj. All right, if we list out the elements in our djds directory, we will see that we have reports proj created. So this is what we actually set up with this command Django admin start project reports proj. Okay, and if we go inside of this reports proj, we will notice that inside we have another reports proj. So in order to avoid the confusion, let's rename this one to src. So inside of src, we are going to have, among others, our reports proj, and this is going to be our main project folder. Next to it, as you can see, we have a manage.py file, and this file helps us to manage all the administrative tasks. And later we will have over here the folders for our applications, for static files, media files, for templates, and so on. So let's actually change this to src as mentioned before. I need to go up one level. So currently I'm at djds, and I can actually rename this from reports proj to src. So mv reports proj, and then we want to rename it to src. So right now we don't have a reports proj, but we have a src folder. And if we go inside and list out the elements, we see that we have the reports proj over here, and nothing actually changed. So as the next step, let's create a database. We need to write Python manage.py migrate in order to create the tables in the database and actually create our database file, because it should be next to the manage.py file and next to our main project folder. But as you can see, there's nothing here. So let's write Python manage.py migrate. And now if we list out the elements, here is our database file. And at this point, we can actually create the super user in order to later log in into the Django administration. So let's do this. Python manage.py create super user. And I'm going to leave this as blank, so I will be using this username. I'll leave the email address empty, and I'm going to set up the password and confirm the password. All right, so as the next step, let's actually bring in some applications for our project. And the first one that I'm going to install is Python manage.py sales. So sales is going to be the first application. Okay, if we list out Python manage.py, of course, sorry about this, guys, Python manage.py start app sales. Okay, and now if we list out the elements, we see sales. Okay, we have our database file, our manage.py file, our main project folder, and the folder for our first application, which is sales. Based on sales, we are going to generate some reports. So let's create an application for the reports. Python manage.py start app reports. Okay. So the reports are going to be generated by some users. So let's bring in Python manage.py start app and then profiles. Okay. What else? We are going to sell products. So we are going to sell them to customers. So we need the products application and the customer application. Python manage.py start app products, and also Python manage.py start app customers. Okay, and yeah, basically I think this is it. So as the next step, we can use the manage.py one more time in order to run the development server. Python manage.py run server. Okay, so now we need to copy this address and we need to put it into our web browser. And now we have a confirmation that Django has been successfully installed. And then if we paste it one more time and add admin, we can log into the Django administration with the credentials that we set while creating the super user. And here we are. Of course, the Django administration is working. And if we go to users, we see the super user that we have created. All right. And I think we can finish this part over here. We will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, let's continue working on the setup of our project. I'm going to return to the terminal, and with the use of Ctrl+C key, I'm going to quit the development server from running. And now let's install a few more packages. Pip install, and let's bring in Pillow because we will be using image fields in our models. Also, I'm going to put in Django crispy forms like this, because we want to create nice looking forms in an easy way across the entire project. And let's also bring in matplotlib seaborn. So with those two libraries, we are going to generate charts, and also let's put in pandas. And yeah, I think we can install those packages, and if something will be missing, and actually there is missing, XHTML to PDF, we need this package as well. And yeah, if we've forgotten about something, we are going to return to this step. For now, let's press enter and let's wait a few seconds. Okay, so right now if we type pip freeze, we will see all the packages and their versions installed for our virtual environment for our project. So as the next step, we can actually take those packages and their versions and store them in a requirements.txt file. And we can do this if we type a comment pip freeze greater than requirements.txt. And let's do this, but first I'm going to go up one level because currently I'm at source folder. So I'm going to move up to the DJDS, okay? And here I'm going to type pip freeze is greater than requirements.txt, okay? And now if we list out the elements, we see the requirements.txt file created. And if we go to DJDS and open up this requirements.txt, let me make this window a little bit bigger. You can see that the packages that we have inside the requirements.txt match the ones that we have in the terminal, okay? So actually we can even copy this requirements.txt file and put it into the desktop. So now if we go to a blank terminal window, okay, we can actually go to the desktop and we can create a new virtual environment. I'm going to call it test, and I'm going to put in the requirements.txt. So as the next step, I'm going to activate this virtual environment, but first I need to go inside this directory, source bin activate, and if we list out the elements, we see the requirements.txt. So now we can install the exact packages with the exact versions using this requirements.txt file. So let's do this. Pip install r and requirements.txt. Let's press enter, and could not open requirements.txt. Requirements.txt. I'm going to copy this, and yeah, we have this requirements.txt over here. So I'm going to do it one more time. Pip install r, and then I'm going to paste the name and enter. And now we are installing all the packages, okay? So I'm just going to close this window, and I'm going to get rid of this test virtual environment. All right, guys. So as the next step, let's actually open Visual Studio Code, and we can do it with the code space dot comment. Enter. And here we are, but let's go actually in source first. Okay, so I'm going to close this and let's open it up from source. So cd src code, enter. And if you don't have this code space dot comment working, you need to press Command Shift P and you need to find shell command, install code command in path. You need to install it, and then you can close Visual Studio Code, and you can type one more time code space dot. Okay, and yeah, I think we can finish this part over here. We will be working on the setup in the next part directly from Visual Studio Code. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, welcome to part 3, which is the final part of the setup. And in order to get started, let's go to our main project folder, reports proj, and here let's access the settings.py file. So I'm going to move to the installed apps list, and over here we need to extend this list by the applications that we actually started. So let's write a comment, our apps, and here we need to put in customers, products, profiles, reports, and sales. So let's do this. Customers, then we will put in products, profiles, reports, and sales. Okay, and then we will have third party, and here I'm going to put in crispy forms. Crispy forms, like this. All right. So as the next step, I'm going to set the crispy forms template pack, and we will be using Bootstrap 4. So let's write crispy template pack, and let's set it to Bootstrap 4, like this. All right. So as the next step, let's scroll down to the templates. And in the dir section, we need to tell Django where to look for additional templates. So to be more precise, where to look also for templates that are outside of the application's directories, all right? So we will have a templates folder in the src directory, and it will be on the same level as our main project folder and our applications, our managed py file, our database. And here we are just going to store the base HTML, which will be used for template inheritance purposes, and the navbar HTML. Okay, so in order to do this, in order to put this templates folder in the src folder, we need to refer to the base directory, which is defined over here. So let's type base dir and then / templates. So right now we can actually create this templates folder in the src directory. So let's do this really quickly. And there it is. Okay, so here we can go ahead and put in the base HTML, and we will return to this later, as well as the navbar HTML. Navbar HTML. All right, so let's return to the settings.py file. And now we need to scroll all the way down to the static files configuration. Here we are going to not only configure the static files, but also the media files. So here we have a comment, what are the static files? CSS, JavaScript, images. And the media files are the ones that the user uploads. So in our case, we are going to have images like avatars or the images of our charts, but we will also have CSV files stored in the media files directory. So let's begin with the static files. Below we need to define where we are going to keep the static files that we are going to use across our project. Okay, so let's write static files dirs, and this is going to be a list. And here let's put in base dir / static. So now we can actually create the static directory in the source directory. Okay, and here we can create, for example, a style CSS file. Okay, we will return to this later. For now, let's close it. Okay, so this is for the static files. We will also need one for the media files. So let's begin with the media URL. media, and I'm going to return to this later if you don't know what the media URL is. And then let's define the media root. So this is going to be the place where we are going to store our media files, okay? And this is not a list. Let's just type base dir and then /media. So according to this setting, we can actually create a media file, media folder, sorry, in the src directory. So let's type media, and there we are. All right, so as the next step, we actually need to include those settings for the static and media files in the URL patterns. So in order to do this, let's jump into the URLs py file, and over here, let's begin from the imports. So I'm going to go to Django conf, and from here I'm going to import settings, and then I'm going to go to Django conf, not synth, but conf URL static, and from here I'm going to import static. Okay, so now we can go below the URL patterns list, and we can extend it. URL patterns, and we will start from the static files. So let's open up static, and here we need to pass in settings and refer to the static URL that we've set. And let's define the document root, and this is going to be settings static root, okay? Settings static root. All right, so I'm going to copy this, paste it below, and here I'm just going to change static to media and media. Okay, I'm also going to import include because we will need it very soon. Okay, and I'm going to return to this include a little bit later. For now, we can actually save this. Let's also save the settings py file, and we can start working on our base HTML. So let's go to the link that is in the description to my blog, and from here let's copy the base HTML for this project and paste it in the base HTML file, and let's save it. So starting from the top, we loaded static. So with the use of load static, we can actually refer to the static folder that we defined over here. Okay, we can actually use static files when we load static like we did over here at the top. So then we have the head section. The first block is required meta tags. Then we have the favorite icon. We actually didn't generate the favorite icon yet, so I'm going to comment this out. Then we have the Bootstrap CSS, and we are using Bootstrap version 5. Then we have jQuery. We have also the dropzone.js. However, we don't have those files just yet, so we don't have dropzone CSS and dropzone.js just yet. I'm going to comment this out as well. And then we have custom JS and CSS. So here we are linking up our style CSS from the static directory over here, okay? And then we have block scripts. So once a template inherits from base HTML, it can open up the block scripts. And here, this is the place where to hook up a JavaScript file, which will help us with some particular tasks, okay? We will return to this later, of course. And finally, we have the title. Here we also have a block title. So report app is a constant, you can say, and block title is a place where you can define your unique title for the template that will inherit from base HTML. So if we would have a contact page, and if we would inherit from this base HTML, it would be report app, and in the block title, we would place simply contact. If we would have a about us page, we could type in the block title about us. So it would be report app about us. All right. And then we have include navbar HTML. The navbar HTML is empty. And we have in the body section also a main div with a class container. So we are adding some spacing on the left and on the right. And then we have margin top 3 and margin bottom 3 and we have inside a block content, and probably this is the most important block because this is going to be the place where we define the unique content that we can actually see in the browser. All right, and then we have some bootstrap JS, and yeah, I think this is basically it. So we can finish off this part over here. Let's go ahead and save the base HTML, and we will start working on the modals in the next part. So I hope to see you guys over there. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, so I'm at the customer's application inside of the modals.py file, and here we are going to create our first modal, which is going to be the customer class. So each class is like a table in the database. This class will consist of fields, which are basically the columns. And then each object coming out of this class is just like a row in the database table. So let's get started on this. I'm going to create a very easy class, which is going to be the customer class, which inherits from modals.modal. And I'm going to define two fields. So we will have two columns in this table. The first one is going to be name, and this is going to be a modals char field. And I'm going to set the max length to 200 or maybe 120. This will be enough. And the other one is going to be the logo of the customer. This is going to be a modals image field, and I'm going to set the upload to, and here I'm going to put in customers. So inside the media folders, we will have another folder called customers, and over there we are going to keep the logos of customers, which are going to be uploaded by them. But the default is going to be no picture PNG, okay? And here I made a spelling mistake. Default. Yeah, hopefully this is spelled correctly. So what we need to do next is to actually bring in this no picture PNG, and I created it over here. It will be available on the blog as a downloadable resource. So we need to go to our DJDS, to src media. Where is media? There it is. And we need to bring it over here. All right. So as the next step, let's set the string representation. The string representation of a particular object. So this takes in self. This is a dunder method, str dunder method. And here we can return, and then let's say that we want to refer to the name, str self name. So each customer coming out of this class will be represented with the string representation, which is referring to the name. So if we would have customer X, Y, and Z, we will see customer X, Y, and Z. If we would have ABC, we would see ABC. All right. So as mentioned before, each object that will come out of this class and any other class that we are going to create is like a row in the database. And the fields that we see over here are the columns, and the class is like a table. Okay. So yeah, we basically need to save this modals.py file, and then let's head over to the admin, and here we need to register it in order to see it in the Django administration. So first of all, we are going to import this class from .modals, and here we just need to type import, and the name of the class was customer. And now we can type admin site register, and we need to pass in the name of the class, so customer. Let's save this. Let's go back to the terminal and let's run migrations. Python manage py make migrations, and Python manage py migrate like this. And then let's run the server. Python manage py run server. Okay, let's go to the Django administration. And we see now the customers. So we can actually add a customer. I'm going to call this test customer, or something like this. And I'm going to click save and continue editing. And here we have this no picture. And as you can see, here we have media. So this is basically our media URL. If we would go back to the reports proj, to the URLs, sorry, not to the URLs, but to the settings, and we would change this from media to, for example, Harry Potter. Okay, I'm going to copy this, save the settings PY, and then I'm going to hit refresh. We have page not found, but if we would replace media with Harry Potter, we would see this picture. All right, guys, so I think we can go ahead and finish this part. In the next one, we will continue working on our models. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So let's continue working on the models. I'm going to head over to the products application, and I'm going to open the models py file. Over here, let's create the product class, and it will inherit from models.modal, and the fields are going to be the name, and this is going to be a models char field, just like we did with the customer. Let's set the max length to 120, and then we will have the image, and this will be models image field, and let's set the upload to products. Okay, and the default we can set as no picture PNG. All right, so we have two columns defined, and let's do the third one, and this is going to be price, and let's make this a models float field, and here I'm going to also set the help text, and this is going to be in US dollars. So it's going to be a help text for the price, that the price is set in US dollars, like this. We will see this later in the Django administration. Let's also keep the track of the created date. So when the object coming out of this class will be created, and this is going to be a models date time field with auto now add is equal to true. Okay, and let's also do the updated, and this is also going to be a models date time field, but instead of auto now add, we are going to type auto now is equal to true. All right, and finally, let's also set the string representation self, and let's return, and here maybe let's return the string representation with the use of f-string, and I'm going to put in self name, so we are referring to this field, and then I'm also going to put in self created, and this is a date time field. So let's apply the strf time method to only display the date. strf time, and now we can pass in the day, the month, and then the year. Okay, so will this work? We will find out soon. And here we should have a single quotation mark, and we should close the f string like this. All right, so yeah, we can go ahead and save this and register this class in the Django administration. So we need to go to the admin py, from .models we want to import the product, and then let's write admin site register, and let's pass in the product. I'm going to go ahead and save this. Let's quit the server from running. Python manage py make migrations. Let's create the migrations, and now let's apply them with Python manage py migrate, and then Python manage py run server. Let's go to the Django administration, home, and here are our products. So let's create a product. I'm going to put in TV, and let's say the TV will cost, I don't know, $600. And here's the help text, price in US dollars, okay? And over here we have the image field as bolded, so this is required, okay? But we also set the default as no picture PNG. And this is why we can go ahead and save this object without providing the image field, okay? So this should actually work. Let's press save and continue editing. And there it is. And as you can see, we have this no picture PNG. And then if we go to products, we have TV and the date created. If we go to our string representation method, and if we would get rid of this part, let me grab the entire part. Let's refresh. We only see the TV, okay? And then if we would get rid of this strftime method, if we would save this and we would refresh, we would see also the time, okay? So this is why we did it with the use of strftime method. Let's save this again. Let's hit refresh. And yeah, we have the product class created. And in the next one, we will continue working on the other applications. Have a great day and see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create a class for our profile. In order to do this, we need to go to profiles, modals py file, and over here, let's define this class. Let's write profile, which inherits from modals.modal. And here, what we need to do is to set up the fields. The first one is going to be the user. And this is going to be a modals one-to-one field because each user can only have one profile. And in order to continue working on this field, we need to actually bring in the user model. So we can import it from Django contrib auth modals, and from here let's bring the user model. Now we can pass it, and we need to specify what will happen on delete. So we want to type modals cascade. So whenever the user gets deleted, the profile to this user gets deleted as well. Okay, this is what we are saying over here. All right, so as the next field, let's define the bio, and this is going to be the modals text field. And here I'm going to set the default to no bio, something like this. All right, then we will have the avatar, and this is going to be, of course, the modals image field. And here, let's say that we want to upload two avatars. Okay, and let's also set the default to our no picture PNG. Okay, then let's also put in the created, and this is going to be the modals, and then date time field. Let's put in auto now add is equal to true, and the updated will be modals date time field auto now is equal to true. Okay, finally, let's take care of the string representation str, which takes in a self, and then let's return, maybe also let's use the f string over here, profile of the user, or profile of, and then let's just inject the user. So we need to refer to the self user username. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's jump into the admin py. From .modals, we want to import our profile. and let's register it. Admin site register, and let's pass in the profile. Okay, we can go ahead and save this. Let's return to the terminal, quit the development server from running, Python manage py make migrations, and Python manage py migrate, and then Python manage py run server. And now what we can do is to, of course, go to our Django administration. We see the profiles, so we can actually add a profile to the user that we already created. Okay, I'm going to press save, and there it is. The problem is right now that if we go to the users, we add a user, let it be test user, for example. Let's set up a password for this test user. Let's save it, and let's go to the profiles, and we don't see the profile of the test user. It would be nice to have the profile generated automatically after the creation of the user. So whenever the user gets created, the profile to this user gets created as well. So right now we simply need to do it manually, okay? And now we have the profile of the test user. But let's make this happen automatically. And in order to do this, we need to go back to our Visual Studio Code, and let's create a file called signals.py. This solution will be based on Django signals. So you can think about signals as some kind of a communication system between the applications. One application is the sender. So this sender sends some kind of a notification about an action that occurred, and based on that information, the receiver performs a different action. So in our case, the sender will be the user. It will inform the profile, which will be the receiver, that a user instance has been created, and based on that, the profile will be created to this user. All right. So let's see how this will work in practice. First of all, we need to bring in the modals. So from .modals, we want to import profile, and we also need to bring in the user modal. So from Django contrib auth modals, we want to import the user. Okay, we will also need the signal itself, and we can use for this purpose post save signal. So we need to bring it from Django db.modals signals. Let's bring this post save, and we will also need the receiver decorator. So from Django dispatch, we can import the receiver decorator. And now with the use of the receiver decorator, we can specify that the signal is going to be post save, and the sender is going to be the user. And below, we need to define a function. I'm going to call it post save create profile. And I'm going to pass in sender, the instance, the created, and keyword arguments. And the first thing that we can do is to refer to this created, because this is a Boolean value. This created value can be set as true only once, only while the instance of this particular sender, which is the user, okay, and here we have the instance, only when this instance is created. So this will return true only once. So we can write if created, then we will create the profile. So once the instance of this user, of this sender is created, the profile to this instance will be created as well. So profile objects create, and as the user, we are going to set the instance. So this is the instance of this sender. So basically, as the user field, we are setting the instance of the user that is created. So actually, let's print out the sender, the instance, and the created, okay? if this is confusing, let's do this. Print sender, print instance, and let's print also the created. All right, we can go ahead and save this. However, we are not done with the signals just yet. We need to go to the apps.py file and we need to override the ready method, and to this ready method we need to bring in signals. So let's write this ready method, def ready, that takes in self, and here we are going to register those signals by importing them. Okay, so we are importing the signals that we defined in our profiles application in the signals.py file. Okay, then I'm going to grab this profiles config, I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to save the apps.py file, and then let's move to the init.py file. Here, let's set the default app configuration, so default app config, and let's set it to profiles. So profiles as the name of our application, apps as the name of the file, and then inside of this file we have this profiles config class. Okay, so let's go back to the init.py file and save it. And right now we have everything ready, so we can go ahead and go to the users, and over here let's add a user. I'm going to call this test user, or let's maybe take a look what will happen if we go to the users and delete this test user. So this test user already has a profile, so let's get rid of this test user. Yes, I'm sure. And let's go to the profiles, and there is no profile of the test user. It has been deleted automatically, and this is done with the setting on delete is equal to modals cascade. Okay, so let's create this test user again. Test user, let's set up the password. Let's press save, and let's go to the terminal right now. So over here we have the sender, Django contrib auth modals user. Over here we have the instance, so this is the test user, and here we have true. Okay, so this is the created. And then if I save this again, this user has been already created, but then if I press save again, let's take a look what we will have. We will have again the same sender, the same instance, however this is false. And then if I go to the user and I'm going to update some changes, for example, let's press save again, we still see false. So this created value can be true only once we create a particular instance of this sender class. Okay, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. I think we are going to take care of the sales model. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create some classes for the sales application. And to be more precise, we will need 3. The first one is going to be the position, and it will inherit from modals.modal. For now, I'm going to put in pass, and we will move to the class that we will name sale. So this is going to be the sale class itself, and it inherits as well from modals.modal. And for now, let's put in pass, and then we will have the CSV class, and this is going to inherit from modals.modal as well. Okay, so let's explain those classes. So the position is going to be a product times quantity, okay, and then it will give us some price. And the sales object can have many positions. So for example, if we sell something to the customer, it can consist of many positions. And for example, we sold something for the value of $2,000, and we sold 3 positions. So we sold 3 products in different quantities. For example, we sold TVs, we sold laptops, and we sold keyboards. Okay, so it would probably be a little bit more than $2,000, but you get the idea. These are just examples. So let's actually begin with the position class. And over here, the first field that we are going to define is going to be the product. So this is going to be the foreign key to the product. We need to actually import the product class. So we need to go to the products application, modals, and from here, let's bring in product. We can pass it to the foreign key, product, and we also need to specify what will happen on delete. So we will have a similar situation, modals cascade. So whenever the product gets deleted, all the positions to this product will get deleted as well. As the next step, let's put in the quantity. And this is going to be modals positive integer field. All right. And then we will have price. And this is going to be a modals float field. And here I'm going to make this field optional by writing blank is equal to true. And I'm doing this because we want this price field to be updated automatically by overriding the save method. So we will override the save method below, and we are going to access the product price and multiply it times the quantity from over here. Okay, so let's leave it as it is for now, and let's continue with the created field. So this is going to be a modals date time field, and here maybe let's also put in blank is equal to true, and yeah, let's make this field optional. All right, because if we put auto now or auto now add is equal to true, the date time field becomes edit table equals to false. So basically we can't see those fields in the Django administration. So if we go to products, we don't see any date time fields. However, if we go to the modals.py file of our products, we have them set. So we have the created and the updated set, but they consist of auto now add is equal to true and auto now is equal to true. So to make this a little bit more adjustable for us in terms of sales, let's just pass blank is equal to true to make this field as optional, and let's not add auto now is equal to true or auto now add is equal to true. So let's continue with the string representation, and this is going to be our dunder method, which takes in self, and here let's return, and maybe let's use the f string again. I'm going to put in the ID, and I'm going to refer to self ID. Then I'm going to access the product. So let's put in product, and here let's refer to this product field, self product, and I'm going to put in the name. So this is a foreign key. Okay, so we are accessing self product, and then we can go to the product, and we can grab the name. This is exactly what we did over here. And in a second, we are going to do the same thing for the price once we are going to override the save method. So let's go back to the sales. So we have the ID, product, and maybe let's put in the quantity. And here we are referring to this field, self quantity. Okay. So let's put in the save method. Let's override the save method now. So I'm going to put in save, which takes in self and args and keyword args. And if you don't know what are args and keyword args, there's an easy explanation on my channel. Okay, so I'm not going to cover those topics over here. And then we need to refer to this self price, which is blank is equal to true. So basically this field is optional in order to perform the save method. So this is something that we are going to check out in the Django administration very soon. But first we need to write the logic. Self price is equal to, and then we are going to grab the product price. So we need to refer to the product, and we saw that the product has a price field, and then we can multiply it times the quantity. So let's put in self quantity. All right, and finally what we need to do is to return super and then refer to the model to the method, okay, save, and pass in args and keyword args. All right, so right now we have the save method overridden, and we will see if it works very soon. As the next step, we can proceed and go to the sale class, okay? So over here, the first field that I'm going to define is the transaction identifier or ID. And this is going to be a modal's char field, and I'm going to set the max length is equal to 12, and I'm going to make this field optional with blank is equal to true, because this transaction ID will be generated automatically, and in order to do this we are also going to override the save method just like we did with the position class, okay? So this is the first field. Then we will have the positions field, and this is going to be a model's many-to-many field, and here we need to refer to this position class. So this is going to be basically the list of positions that we are including in the sale object that is going to be created, and it will come out of this sale class. So we will see shortly how this works in practice. As the next step, let's set up the total price. And this is going to be the modals, and we are going to use again the float field, and I'm going to put in blank is equal to true as well over here, okay? And then we will have the customer, and this is going to be a model's foreign key. So we actually need to bring in the customer model. So again, let's do an import from customers this time, models. We want to import the customer. Okay. And let's pass in the customer, and let's set on delete. And here, let's put in models cascade. Then we will have the salesman. So we need to have an information who sold to the customer the products that are defined in positions with certain quantities for the amount of the total price. So this is again going to be a model's foreign key, but this time not to the customer, but to the profile, and we need to bring in the profile as well. From profiles models, we want to import the profile. Okay, so let's pass in the profile, and let's specify on delete is equal to models cascade. Perfect. And let's also have the created and updated. The created we are going to do just as we did over here with blank is equal to true. And the updated we will simply make it happen automatically. So this is going to be a model's date time field with auto now is equal to true. All right. Finally, let's take care of the str method. And here, let's return, again, let's use the f string, and let's put in sales for the amount of, and then dollar sign, and let's refer to the total price over here. Self total price, like this. Okay, so this is taken care of. As the next step, we can actually override the save method. So here we need to basically refer to this created field, and we need to refer to the transaction ID. Okay? So, and the total price will be calculated in a little bit different way. We will need to use signals for this. So for now, let's focus on the transaction ID and this created. All right. So let's put in save, which takes in self and args and keyword args. And here what we are going to do is to do a check if self transaction ID is equal to blank. And if this is the case, we want to generate the self transaction ID code. Okay, so let's write self transaction ID is equal to, and here we will have some function. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it as empty quotation marks. All right, and then let's have another if check for the created. So we will write if self created is none, then we will refer to self created, and here we just need to bring in time zone. So we need to go to Django utils, from Django utils, let's bring in time zone. Okay, and now we can set this created as time zone now. So let's do this, time zone now, like this. And then let's return super and then save, and let's pass in the args and keyword args. All right, so this should actually work. What we can do also over here is to refer to the positions. Let's get all the positions that are related to this sales object, okay? So in order to do this, we need to refer to our many-to-many field. Let's write this custom method, get positions, and this takes in self, and let's return self positions all, just like this. Okay, so now we will be able to loop through the object that performs this get position method. Okay, and yeah, I think the most important part is done. So we have the position class and the sale class. So actually, let's do the CSV class very quickly. Here we will have the file name, and this is basically going to be the modal's file field over here, and I'm going to upload this to CSVs, something like this. Okay, so we will have our file stored under the file name, and then I'm going to put in activated, and this is going to be modals and then boolean field, and let's set the default to false. So basically this is going to tell us if we used this file already or not. Okay, and then let's also have the created. This is going to be modals date time field auto now add is equal to true, and updated modals date time field, let's put in auto now is equal to true. Okay, and let's also provide the str method. Here let's just keep it simple, and let's refer to the file name. So let's return str self file name, just like this. And let's save this and go to the admin. Over here we need to bring in 3 classes. So from .modals we want to import the position, the sale, and CSV. Okay, and then let's register them. Admin site register. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to pass in the position. I'm going to pass in the sale and the CSV. All right, let's save this. And here we have some error. Modals py line 19. Line 19. Self if. Okay, self ID. So let's go ahead and save this, and okay, but we still need to quit the development server from running. Python manage py make migrations, Python manage py migrate, and Python manage py run server. Okay, so let's go to the home page, and here we have sales. So let's begin by adding a position. So let's refer to the TV. Let's say we want to have 2 TVs, and let's say that we sold this today and now. I'm going to press save and continue. And as you can see, the price has been calculated automatically. Okay, let's add another position. So I'm going to simply save and add another one. And we have only one product, so this is going to be the TV again. And yeah, I just realized that we didn't take care of the transaction ID. So over here, we need to create this generate code function. But for now, let's just focus on creating another position. Here I'm going to put in 3 items. Okay, and let's say today and now. Let's press save and continue editing, and now we see the price of $1,800. So now we are going to create the sales object with those 2 positions that we see over here. In order to select them, we just need to press on them, and if we want to select more than one on Mac, we just need to press Command and click on the other position. Okay, so what we need to do is to focus on this transaction ID right now. We need to have this transaction ID to be generated automatically. And in order to do this, I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code. In the sales application, I'm going to create another one called utils.py, and here we are going to store all the helper functions. So the first one that we are going to create is going to be called generate code. So let's write this, generate code. And in order to perform this function, let's bring in UED. Import UED, like this, okay? And now I'm going to set the code variable, and this is going to be UED4, and we are going to wrap it with str so that we can perform the replace, and here we just need to call this UED4, and now we can perform replace, and we would like to replace dashes with empty strings, okay? And basically, let's also not forget to limit this to 12 characters, okay? So let's do it like this with the use of slicing, and finally we just need to return code. Okay, so as the next step, let's save this utils.py file, and let's go to the views.py, not to the views.py, sorry, to the modals.py. And here what we need to do is to import this generate code function. So from .utils, we need to bring in import generate code. And this generate code can be used over here right now. Generate code like this. And yeah, let's go ahead and save this. This creation of sales object won't work just yet the way we want it to, because we are still missing the calculation of the total price. But let's see if we can do anything over here. So I'm going to select those 2 positions. I'm going to leave the transaction ID as empty because it should be generated automatically. The total price, yeah, it will remain empty for now. We will set the customer, and we will set the salesman. Also, let's set the created, and let's press save. And we have not null constraint failed sales. Okay, so the total price, in order to have this working, we need to refer to the total price and set null is equal to true, right? So we have not null constraint failed, And if we are setting null is equal to true, you shouldn't have this error. But again, we need to quit the development server from running and run python manage py make migrations, because we made some changes to our field, to our class, and we need to apply those migrations. So python manage py migrate and python manage py run server. All right, and let's try it again. I'm going to select those two positions. I'm going to select the customer, the salesman. I'm going to set today and the today date and time. And let's press save and continue editing. And yeah, the transaction ID didn't work. And let's go back to Visual Studio Code, to our save method. And here we have self transaction ID. And yeah, so here is the problem. We were comparing our self transaction ID to the generate code function, while we should be assigning the generate code function, whatever we return in this function, to the self transaction ID. Now everything should be working. Let's go ahead and simply save and continue. And here is our transaction ID. However, maybe let's bring it to uppercase. So over here, let's put in upper. Now let's go ahead and save this. If we save and continue, this transaction ID won't change, because if we take a look at the save method, we have a rule that if self transaction ID is equal to blank, only then we are generating the code. And right now, this transaction ID isn't blank. So let's press save and continue. And as you can see, nothing changed. But then if we remove it and press save and continue, we have a new transaction ID with capital letters and numbers. All right, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here. And in the next one, we are going to create a signal for calculating the total price. Okay, so we will see each other hopefully soon. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's have this total price calculation working. And we will do it with the use of many-to-many changed signal. So whenever something gets added or removed from the positions field, we will perform the total price calculation and we will store it in this field. And as a reminder, if we go to the positions, okay, we have the product quantity and the price. So basically what we need to do is to sum up the price of each position. Okay, so in our case, we have, if we go to the positions, we have $1,800 and $1,200. So altogether in the sales, if we take a look at this total price, we should see altogether 3,000. But then if we remove one of them, one of those positions, the price should change. Okay, so let's go back to Visual Studio Code. In the sales application, let's create signals. All right, signals py, of course. And yeah, what we need to do is to start with the import. So first of all, I'm going to bring in the sale class. So from .modals, we want to import sale. Then we need to go to signals and bring in the many-to-many changed. So from Django db .modals signals, we want to import m2m changed. And we also need the receiver decorator. So from Django dispatch, let's import the receiver decorator. All right, and now let's use this receiver decorator in order to set up our signal. So first of all, we need to pass in the signal itself. It will be m2m changed, and then the sender. And here the trick part is to not only put sale, but sale positions. So we are referring to the field positions and then dot through like this. Okay. And below we need to define the function. So I'm going to call it just calculate total price. And this will take in the sender, the instance, the action, and keyword arguments. So here, for now, let's just print the action, okay? However, what we need to do is to register the signals. So what I'm going to do now is save this, go to the apps.py. Here we need to override the ready method. And this takes in self. And then let's import sales signals like this. Let's save this. Let's copy the sales config and let's go to the init.py. Here, let's set the default app config like this. And this should be sales apps. So sales apps, and let's put in this sales config class. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And yeah, we should see something once we save this object. So let's press save and continue, and we don't see actually anything. So yeah, what happened? This will be executed once we change something in the positions. So right now, this positions field didn't change at all. But if we would remove an item and now press save and continue editing and go to the terminal, we have an action pre-remove and post-remove, okay? And if we would add something and press save and continue, we would have an action post-add and pre-add, all right? So if this is working, we can actually continue coding the calculate total price function. So we are familiar with the action right now, and let's set initially the total price to 0, and then we can do an if check. So we want to check if the action is equal to, and we can pick up one. I'm going to pick the post, not pre but post. So if the action is post add, or the action is equal to post remove, all right? In this case, we are going to run some code. What we can do is to loop through the instance get positions. So let's do it. For item in instance get positions, okay? What we are going to do is to extend this total price by the item price. So let's write total price, and we are going to add the item price, okay? The item price of the position. So to be more precise, this particular price. We are looping through the positions. We are looping through our many-to-many field, and we are grabbing the price of each position, and we are adding it to the total price. So finally, what we can do is to refer to the instance total price field, and we can set this field as the total price that we initialized over here. And then we can write instance.save. So now let's take a look. I'm going to save this. I'm going to hit refresh, and I'm going to change this field and save and continue editing, and we have 1,800. But then if we would add another position, save and continue editing, we have 3,000. Let's remove this one. Save and continue editing, 1,200. If we delete those positions, we would have an error because this field is actually required. So let's add those two positions. And yeah, let's finish this video over here. Have a great day and see you in the next one. Alright guys, we will test out our CSV class a little bit later. Hopefully everything will be working. For now, let's focus on the reports application. Here we need to create a report class. So let's get started. Class report, which inherits from modals.modal. Okay, so the first field is going to be the name of the report. So let's put in name, and this is going to be a modals char field. And let's also set the max length to 120. Okay, as the next step, let's set the image, and this is going to be modals image field. So in this field, we are going to store the charts, okay? The charts that we are going to generate basically based on the date from to the date to, okay? So we will do it with the use of matplotlib and seaborn. And here I'm just going to specify the upload to, and maybe I'm just going to put in reports like this, and I'm going to make this field optional. All right, as the next step, we would like to have some remarks. So this is going to be a modals text field, and here we are just going to put in our thoughts based on the image, based on the chart that we generated. And those thoughts can be related to, for example, the sales volume that has increased or decreased and stuff like that, all right? So let's continue and let's put in the author. And this is going to be a modal's foreign key to the profile. So we need to grab the profile modal. From profiles modals, we want to import the profile. All right, so let's pass it. And let's set on delete modals cascade like this. Okay. Let's also add the created. This is going to be a modals datetime field with auto now add is equal to true. Okay. And then let's have the updated. And this is going to be a modals datetime field with auto now is equal to true. All right, so this isn't related in any way to the sales because a report can consist of many sales objects, all right? So we will see how this will work a little bit later. For now, let's put in the string representation method, which takes in self, and let's return str self name. So we are going to return the name of the report. And yeah, I think we can finish over here. Let's save this. We will return to this class and other classes a little bit later. We will need to perform some methods. We will need to create those methods. But for now, let's go ahead and save this and go to the admin because we actually need to register this class in the Django administration. So let's do an import from .modals. We want to import the report. And below, let's just put in admin site register and let's pass in the report. So now we can save the admin py, quit the development server from running. Let's do Python manage py make migrations and Python manage py migrate and Python manage py run server. Okay, so if we go to home, we should see the reports, and here we can add a report. So we can, for example, put in test report. We don't need to select the image because this is optional right now. So if we see the fields that are with bolded font, we know that those fields are mandatory and the ones that aren't bolded are optional. So here image is optional. Let's put in test report description and let's set the author. Let's go ahead and save this. And here is our test report created, our first report object, okay? All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here and we will see each other in the next one. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, so in the last videos we were working on our modals, and modals is the first element of the Django MVT architecture. So M stands for modals, while V stands for views, and T stands for templates. So as mentioned before, we worked on the models a lot in the recent videos, and we will return to some of those models to perform some changes, to create some custom methods. But for now, let's focus on the views and templates. So let's create a home view and a template to it, all right? So what I'm going to do is to delete this, and I'm at sales in the views.py file because over here we are going to create our home view. So this is going to be our main view, and I'm going to call it home view. And as you can see, this is a function view which takes in a request. And now, why am I using function view and not a class-based view? I just want to mention that in this course we are going to use both function views and class-based views, but here I'm using a function view because later on we will add a lot of logic to this particular function. And in my personal opinion, function views are a little bit better readable than class-based views, okay? So I'm going to use a function view over here because at this view we are going to write the logic for generating charts, creating data frames and stuff like that. But for now, let's keep it simple. Let's return render. So we are referring to this render method that we have imported over here. And the first argument is going to be the request. Then we need to provide the path to the template. We don't have the template just yet, so I'm just going to put in empty quotation marks, and then I'm going to put in also an empty dictionary, because with a dictionary as a third argument, we can specify what we want to pass to the template. Okay, so for now we don't want to pass in anything. That's why this dictionary is empty. So as the next step, let's create a template so we can provide the path to it over here. So I'll go to sales, and then I'm going to create a templates folder. But then inside of the templates folder, I'm going to create another one called sales. So here we should put the same name as our app name. Okay, and right now in the sales folder, which belongs to the templates folder, I'm going to create the main HTML file. All right, so I'm going to go to the views, and I'm going to specify that the path is going to be sales and then main HTML. Sales, main HTML. And with this structure that we have a templates folder, and inside we have another folder which is called as the app name, and inside of this folder which represents the app name, we keep our templates. We can have actually many main HTML files across all the applications. All right, so we don't need to think about some unique names. We can set a main HTML file for the view, which is the main view in our application. And Django will not get confused because we are adding this app name in the front. All right, but we are not done yet. Let's save this file. As the next step, we need to register this view in the URL patterns, and we can do it directly in the reports proj in the URLs.py. So here we would write from sales.views, we want to import home view, and with the use of path in the URL patterns, we would register this view below the admin. Okay, but we are going to organize our code in just a little bit better way. So let's go to sales, and here let's create URLs.py file, which will be later included in the main URLs.py file. Okay, so we will see how this works in practice in just a second. So over here, what I'm going to do is to bring in path. So from Django URLs, we need to import path. And then I'm going to import our view from .views. We want to import home view. I'm going to set the app name to sales. And I'm going to open up the URL patterns list. And here I'm going to register this home view. So let's open up path. And this is going to be the main path. So this is why we have this quotation marks as empty. In other case, we could, for example, put in contact if, for example, we would be dealing with a contact view, okay? But as mentioned before, this is going to be our main view, so let's leave this like this, and let's pass in the view itself, and then let's set the name to home. What is the use of the name? I'm going to explain just a little bit later. So now we can go ahead and save the urls.py file, and now as the next step, we need to go to the main urls.py file, and we already imported include, so we can actually include the URL patterns that we defined in our sales application, okay, in the main urls.py file in the main URL patterns. So let's open up path, and again, this is going to be the main path, so this is why I'm leaving empty quotation marks. And now I'm going to use include, and I'm going to open up the quotation marks, and here I'm going to refer to the sales and to the urls.py file, okay? So sales.urls, and after a comma, let's put in namespace and set it to sales. And now if we go ahead and save this, we should actually see something, but we would see an empty page since we didn't do anything with the main HTML. So before we actually go to the web browser, let's do something in the main HTML. And here I'm going to inherit from base HTML, and right now I can open up the blocks that we defined in the base HTML. So we will have block title and block content. Maybe later we will open block scripts, but for now let's focus on block title and block content. So here I'm going to put in home, and in the block content I'm going to put in hello world. Okay, let's save this. Let's hit refresh, and we see hello world. Okay, so as mentioned before, in the views.py file we can pass something to the template. So for example, we can create a variable hello, and this is going to be a string hello world from the view. And right now we can pass in as the key hello the variable hello. And in the template, we refer always to the key. So if we would have something like h as hello, okay, in the template, we need to refer to this h key, not hello, but h. So I'm going to save this and demonstrate how it works. Let's delete this hello world, and let's put in h in double curly bracelets, okay? Let's go ahead and save this, and let's refresh, and there it is, hello world from the view. And if we would go to the views.py and change this to hello, and we wouldn't apply any changes in the main HTML, let's hit refresh and see what happens. We don't see anything. So right now we need to refer to this key. In the main HTML, we need to put in hello. Let's save this. Let's refresh one more time, and we have hello world from the view. All right, so we can go ahead and finish this part in this place, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create a sales list view, and let's display the sales objects in a template. So in order to get started, what I'm actually going to do is to rename this template to home, and then we'll go to the views.py file, and here we are going to refer to home HTML. The main HTML will be for the sales list, okay? So right now what we can do is to create a class, and let's call this class a sales list view. So over here we are creating a class-based view, okay? And this class-based view needs to inherit from something, and in our case we wanted to inherit from list view. So let's bring in this list view. From Django views generic, we want to import the list view like this, okay? And now we can make this sales list view inherit from list view by passing list view. Okay, and right now what we need to specify over here is at least the modal and the template. So I'm going to set the modal as sale, but we also need to bring in the sale modal. So from .modals we want to import sale, and now we can set it to sale. And the template name is going to be sales and then main HTML, like this. All right, so I'm going to save the views py, and I'm going to create the main HTML file in the templates/sales. Okay, before we do any work over here, let's actually register our sales list view in the URLs py. So I'm going to make this as a tuple. So we are going to do the imports in a tuple, and I'm going to put in the home view, and then I'm going to bring in the sales list view like this. Now let's copy the path, and let's put in list. Then we need to provide the view itself. So this is going to be sales list view as view. So if we are using class-based views, we need to add as view, and then the name is going to be sales, or just let's put in list. Okay, so this should be working. Let's go ahead and save this, and we can go to our main HTML, and let's inherit from base HTML, and let's open up the block title, and let's put in sales list, and let's open up also the block content, and here for now let's also put in sales list. I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to head over to the list, so /list, enter, and we see sales list. Okay, so this is working. And now in order to display the objects from the database, let's just go to sales. Okay, we have one object. Okay, so what we need to do in case of class-based views is to perform a for loop where we are going to refer to the object list. So we can write for obj in object list. This is very important. We need to put in object list, and then we can simply display this obj. We have only one object, so I'm going to do it like you see on your screen. Now I'm going to save this, hit refresh, and we have sales list, and let's put in a break line, sales list, and here we have the string representation of our object. So we can access the name. Do we have a name? Let me verify very quickly. No, we have the transaction ID. Sorry about this, guys. Let's go to main HTML, change obj name to obj transaction ID. So here we are referring to the transaction ID field. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh, and there it is. Okay, so we need to remember that if we are using a list view, if we are inheriting from a list view, we need to loop through the object list unless we change this context object name. So if I would go to sales list view and set the context object name to, and here I would put in QS, and I would save this, and then in the main HTML I would change the object list to QS, we would see the same result. But if I would change into this to some different name, let's call it QSSSS, let's hit refresh. As you can see, the object is now gone. Okay, so we can use object name. Let's save this. Sorry, object, not name, but object list. Let's refresh. We see this as well, and we will be using this syntax. So I'm going to delete this context object name. We will be using object list, not the QS. Okay, so without the object context name, if I go to main HTML and change this to QS, of course we don't see any result. All right, so let's bring back object list. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh one more time, and let's finish this video over here. In the next one, we are going to create the detail page. Okay, so see you over there. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create a detail page for our object. So we should be able to click on this particular object to be taken to the detail page for this object. Okay, so in order to get started, let's go back to views.py file of our sales application, and let's bring in the detail view, and let's create another class, and let's call it sale detail view like this, and this will inherit from the detail view. So what we need to specify is the model and the template name. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to put it over here. So the template name won't be main HTML. Let's call it detail HTML. Okay, let's go ahead and save this views.py file, and let's jump into the URLs and let's register it. But first we need to import the sale detail view, and here I'm just going to change it back to sales. I think it looks a little bit better with sales, not list. And then I'm going to copy this path, and here we are going to add a primary key, okay, because the primary key will determine which object we are going to refer to, which object should be displayed in this detail view. So as the next step, let's change sales list view to the sale detail view, and the name will be detail. All right, so now we can save this and actually create the detail HTML file, which will also of course inherit from base HTML. The block title will be, for example, let's put in object, because right now if we are inheriting from the detail view, we don't use object list but object itself. And then let's refer to a field. Maybe let's refer to the transaction ID again. Okay, so let's go to detail, and let's put in the transaction ID, and maybe let's put in detail in front. Maybe later we will change this. For now, let's keep it like this. And then let's put in the block content. And over here, what we are going to do is to put in the obj ID, or primary key maybe, it doesn't really matter. Then break line and obj transaction ID. All right, so let's go ahead and save this, and I'm going to go to, this time we changed list to sales, and then the first object, and we actually don't see anything. We see an empty template, and this is a little bit weird because, okay, we used over here obj, it should be object. This is the reason. Object. Okay, let's save this and let's try it out one more time, and there it is. Okay, so we have the primary key, which is basically in the path, and then we have the transaction ID. Okay, so as the next step, we should actually make this object clickable in order to be taken, and this is no longer list but sales, okay, in order to be taken to the detail page. So in order to do this, what I'm going to do is to go to the modals.py file, and here I'm going to bring in a special method called getAbsoluteURL. So this is going to be getAbsoluteURL, okay, and this method will allow us to navigate to a particular page based on the app name and the name that we've set in the path and keyword arguments. So in our case, we are going to refer to the primary key. So let's put in self, because this method will take in self, and then let's return, and we need to bring in reverse. And in order to do this, I'm going to go to from Django shortcuts, and from here I'm going to bring in reverse. Yes. Okay. And here let's return reverse, and now we need to use the name that we've set in the paths. So if we go to the urls.py file, we want to refer to a particular app and to a particular name. So we want to be taken to the detail page, and the name is detail. So let's do this. I'm going to go back to the modals.py file. Let's put in sales and then detail. Okay, but let's not forget about this primary key. Okay, so let's go back to the modals.py file, and after a comma, let's set quarks, and here let's put in the key primary key, which is going to be set as the self primary key. All right, so now we can go ahead and save this, and we can jump into our main HTML. Let's add href. Let's open up quotation marks, and let's close off a tag. And here, let's put in obj, and we need to refer to this get absolute URL method. Get absolute URL, like this. Hopefully I didn't make any spelling mistakes. We will find out soon. Let's save the main HTML. Let's hit refresh. And there it is. This is working, okay? So we are at sales list, and then we are taken to the detail page. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here. We will continue working on this project in the next video. Have a great day and see you soon. Hi guys, this is Luke from the future, and I just realized while editing that I didn't show you how to create function views out of these two class-based views. So I created them, and let's walk through them very quickly. So starting from the sales list view, we have a query set, and this is sale objects all. So basically this is what comes with sales list view by default. But here we can put in sale objects all, or maybe we could use filter. We can define it however we want. If we would like to change the query set in the class view, we would have to override the get query set method. So in function views, it's a little bit easier because we can do it right away. And then we are returning the render method, where we are passing the request, the path to the template, and the object list. And to the object list key, we are assigning the query set. So basically now this is what we are passing to this template, and we can use object list in our template like we did with the use of sales list view. So if we go to main HTML, over here we can loop through the object list. However, we could also change object list, for example, to query set, but then in the main HTML, we would have to change this to query set as well, okay? So let's go back, and this is basically the sales list view. The sale detail view expects a primary key, so we are passing a primary key like over here, or we could put in, instead of the primary keyword arguments, and we could write, for example, pk is equal to quarks, and then get pk. All right, and then we are getting the sale objects by the primary key using sale objects get, or we can use, for example, get object or 404. And again, we are returning the render method, where we are passing the request, the path to the template, and also the dictionary, where we will use the key in our template. Okay, so object is the key, and to this key we are assigning obj. All right. And then in the URL patterns, we need to register those views, okay? So it's quite the same, but we are not passing as view, okay? We are not adding as view over here. All right, and the rest remains the same. So basically this is it, and yeah, hope to see you guys in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create a search form that we will later bring into our home page. In order to do this, first of all, you need to install Google Chrome because we will be using the built-in date picker, okay? So for the field with the type date, we will see a built-in date picker. So be sure to use Chrome for this, okay? And then as the next step, we need to go to our sales application. And here we are going to create a forms.py file because we are going to create a form which is going to be a Django form. So we need to bring in forms from Django. So from Django, import forms. And now we can create a class. And this class I'm going to name as sales search form. And this will inherit from forms.form. So later we will see that we are going to inherit from forms.modal form, and this is going to be a use case where we actually want to save some objects or update some objects to the database, okay? So it's going to be a form based on the model. But here we want to create a custom form which isn't related to any of our models, and this is why we are inheriting from forms.form. So what we need to define is a field date from, a date to field, and a chart type field, okay? So let's start from the top. This is going to be a forms date field, not date time, but we need to find date field. It is at the top. And here we are going to pass a widget, and this is going to be forms.date input, like this. And here we can pass in some attributes. So we want to set the type as date. So let's put in type and set it as date. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this because the exact configuration is needed below in the date too. So we will have a forms date field with a widget forms date input with the attributes where the type is set to date, okay? And then we will have a chart type as forms choice field, and here we need to set the choices. So we actually need to create a chart choices tuple. Let's do it at the top, chart choices, and this is going to be as mentioned, a tuple where we are going to create or store other tuples. So in a tuple, we will have a few additional tuples where the first value is going to be the actual value stored, and the second value is going to be the human readable name. So as the first chart, we are going to have a bar chart. And then I'm just going to copy this and paste it 2 times. Okay, and here I'm going to change 2 and 3. And here we are not going to have a bar chart, but a pie chart and a line chart. All right, so now we can set the choices to chart choices. Okay, so let's save this and let's bring this sales search form to our views.py. So we need to put it in the home. All right, so let's go to forms. So from.forms, we want to import sales search form. And here we can instantiate it in the home view. So form is equal to sales search form. We need to pass in request, post, or none. We will be dealing when this form is submitted with the post request. And as the next step, we actually need to pass it to the template. So what I'm going to do is to define a context dictionary. And here I'm going to pass hello as the first key and value. So we will have hello key set to hello from over here. And then we will have form set to form. All right, and then we need to pass in not an empty dictionary, but the dictionary that we named context. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save this, and we can actually move to main HTML. Not main HTML, sorry, home HTML. Let's add a horizontal line, and below, let's put in this form. So I'm going to set form action is equal to blank. As mentioned before, the method is going to be post. Let's close up the form. Let's put in the CSRF token for security purposes, and let's display the form itself. And here we can actually apply the crispy filter because we've set Django crispy forms. So maybe let's do it without the crispy filter, and then we will see how the form will be looking with the crispy filter applied. So for now, I'm going to save this as it is, and let's hit refresh. And I think we have some problem. So let's go to the terminal. Got an unexpected keyword argument choices. So let's go to forms, and here it should be a choice field. So I made a mistake. I really wanted to place in choice field, but char field got placed instead. So let me correct this. Let's save this and let's hit refresh. Okay, maybe we need to restart the development server. Python manage py run server. All right, let's hit refresh. And there it is. Okay, so this is without the crispy filter. We have our form with the date from, date to, and the chart type where we can select a particular chart. So let's now apply the crispy filter. I'm going to return to home HTML, and I'm going to load crispy forms tags. And now, having this, we can apply the crispy filter. Crispy, like this. Let's save this, hit refresh, and there we have it. Okay, so this is how our form is looking with the use of Django crispy forms, with the use of the crispy filter that has been applied. And let's also set up a button. Let's put in a type equals to submit. Let's set a class with the use of Bootstrap. So it's going to be btn primary because we want this button to be blue. And let's close up the button. And here, let's put in search. Okay, let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And let's add a margin top to this button. Margin top 3. And let's do this one more time. And there it is. Okay, guys, so I think we can finish this video over here. I just forgot to mention that you can see this nice date picker. Okay. And yeah, we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's print in the console the values of date from, date to, and the chart type, okay? So in order to do this, we need to go back to our views py, and here, maybe let's get rid of this halo. We don't need it anymore. So I'm going to also remove it from home HTML, okay? Let's save this. And yeah, by the way, we can check what will happen if we would delete this or not. I'm going to save this and let's hit refresh. And we have this field is required, this field is required, this field is required. It gets executed automatically, okay? So let's put in or none as it was before. And now we can write if request method is equal to post, then we want to get the date from, date to, and the chart type. So let's write date from, and this is going to be equal request post, and then get, and we want to get this particular field value. Okay, so let's copy date from again, and let's put it over here. Let's actually copy the date from, and let's adjust it so we can see date 2, and we are going to refer to the date 2 field. And then we need to paste this one more time, and this is going to be the chart type, and we need to refer to the chart type field. Let's go ahead and save this. And yeah, actually, before we do anything, let's print out date from, date to, and the chart type. And now let's save this and go to the browser, hit refresh. I'm going to set today's date, for example, and then tomorrow's date, and let it be the bar chart. I'm going to press search, and let's go to the console, and here we have it. We have the date from, date to, and 1 as the bar chart. Okay, so this is working, and we will finish off over here, and I think in the next one we will start creating data frames. So we will see each other over there. Right, guys, so in this one we are going to create our first data frame, but before we do that, I would like to go to the sales, because over here I went, I think, just a little bit too fast by introducing the get absolute URL. So if we would go to our main HTML, here we are using get absolute URL, which is probably the best solution to navigate to detail pages. But we could also use another very popular way, and this is by writing URL. So how would this look? We need to write URL, open up the quotation marks, refer to the app name. So in our case, this is sales. And then we can put in the name. So it would be detail. And here, what we need to do as next, we need to refer to the primary key. All right, because if we go to the URLs.py file, we are expecting a primary key. So in order to do this in the main HTML, since we are in a loop, we can put in obj.pk, just like this. And this should do the trick. We can do one more improvement. Let's put in class equal to card body. And then let's just wrap it with a div with a class equal to card. And let's maybe add a margin bottom 3. Okay, so let's close off the div. Let's save this and let's hit refresh. Okay, and there it is. And let's see if this is working. So I'm going to click on this card, and there we are. Okay, so this solution is working as well. However, the get absolute URL is the most flexible one, because imagine if you would have this URL set in many applications, and you would refer to the sales and the detail. But what would happen if you would change the name, or if you would change the primary key to some kind of a string? Then you would have to change this in every place that you put in this URL. But with the get absolute URL, you define everything over here, and the changes are applied only in here. Okay, so this is a pretty good solution, because if some changes are made, you change them basically in this get absolute URL method, and then you can use it around the entire project. All right, guys, so let's actually return to the get absolute URL method that we had before. So we need to put in obj and then get absolute URL. Okay, so this should be working as well, and it is. We knew that before, but for now, let's focus on the views.py file, because over here we are going to define our first query set. And before we actually do any filtering with the date from and date to, let's write a simple query set. And this is going to be sale and then objects all. Okay, so here we should have all the objects that are in our database, and we can print out this query set. So let's save this and let's go to the home page and let's go to the terminal. And we don't see anything over here because we have if request method is equal to post. Okay, so maybe let's bring this outside of this if statement. So let's do it one more time, refresh, and there we have our query set. Okay, so here we are dealing with a query set. If we would like to have an object, it would be sale objects get, and for example we can get it by the ID. So here as the ID I'm setting 1, so we should get the first object, and let's print obj. All right, so I'm going to save this and I'm going to hit refresh, and here is the query set, and then over here we have our object. All right, so this is how we can get one particular object with the use of all. We get all the objects that are in the database in this sale table. And one more popular is filter. So we can change this query set to filter, and for example we would like to refer to the created date, the created field, and set it to date, for example from. All right, so here we should get all the sales objects created in this particular date from. All right, so actually in order to test this out, let's create a few more objects. I'm going to save this views.py file, but then I'm going to head over to the Django administration and let's create some, maybe let's begin from the products. So I'm going to add a product laptop, and this is, let's say, $450, and I'm going to press save, and then I'm going to add a smartphone, and let's say this is $600, and let's also press save. So now we can create some positions. Let's say that we sold a laptop, three laptops, and let's say this happened on the 15th, and let's set some time as now, and let's press save, and here we have the laptop. So let's also add another position for the smartphone. Let's say one smartphone. The price will be calculated automatically, and let's say this happened on the 13th. Okay, and I'm going to set the time as now. Okay, so now I'm going to save this, and let's maybe add another position, and let's do the smartphone one more time. This time 3 items were sold, maybe on the, let's say, 16th, and let's hit save. So now let's create some sales objects. I'm going to add the smartphone, and this is going to be the only position. So I'm just going to set the test customer, and the salesman will be test user, for example. And let's save this. Okay, and also let's add another one, and this time I'm going to put in the smartphone and the laptop. So here we are going to have the transaction ID calculated automatically, and then I'm going to set the test customer and the salesman, and I'm not going to set it as today. Actually, I'm going to put it as the 16th, and I'm going to press save, and then I'm going to return to this one, and I'm going to change it to maybe the 14th, okay? Or let's do it also as the 16th. And now let's check this one. Okay, let's also change this to 16th just for now. All right. And yeah, let's see if this will work. This QS with the date, with the created as the date from. So let's actually bring it in. So it will only run if the request method is equal to post. So I'm going to go to the main page and I'm going to select the date from as 16th, and then I'm going to go to the date 2 and I'm going to put in 18th. The date 2 doesn't matter that much and the chart type doesn't matter that much. And I'm going to search and we have an empty query set. So to be more precise, let's go to the created and then access the date. All right, access the date, because if we take a look at one object, over here we have the created and we have date and time. All right, so let's be more precise and let's go to the date with the double underscore and set it to date from. And now I'm going to hit refresh and I'm going to select the 16th and then the 17th, and the bar chart can be the chart type. Let's press search. And as you can see, we have a query set of 3 objects. So this is working, and to prove this to you, I'm going to change this one to, for example, the 12th. All right, I'm going to press save, and let's hit refresh, and let's select from the 16th. So right now we should see not 3 but 2 objects. And here I'm just going to put in 17th and let's press search. And there it is. We have 1 and then the second one over here. Okay, so this is working. And now we can actually try to create our first data frame. So what I'm going to do is to bring in pandas. So we need to import pandas, and we are going to import pandas as PD, okay? And before we actually use this PD in order to create our data frame, let's also refer to this query set and let's print out the query set values, and below let's print the query set values list, and let's compare these two. Okay, I'm going to save this and I'm going to hit refresh. Let's select the 16th to the 17th and let's just leave the chart type as it is, search. And whoa, what happened over here? So here we have the query set, here is our object, and here we have the values. So here we have the query set values. So as you can see, it's a list of dictionaries, okay? So each object, you can say, is like a dictionary. It consists of some keys and some values. So the key is ID, for example, and the value is 1. Transaction ID is the key and the value is the transaction ID. And then the first object ends over here and we have another dictionary representing another object, all right? But then by the values list, so we are over here. So this is the values list. As you can see, we have a list of tuples, all right? So this is the main difference. So we will create some query sets and we will compare them as well based on the values and the values list. So in order to do this, I'm going to create a df1, and this is going to be PD data frame, and I need to pass in the QS values over here. And then I'm going to print the df1 like this, and below I'm going to add a separator. Print, let's use hashes as the separator. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to apply those hashes over here as well. And I'm going to copy this and paste it below. So here I'm going to change df1 to df2, and here we are going to refer to the values list, and we are going to print df2. I'm going to save this. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. From the 16th to the 17th search, and let's take a look. What do we have over here? So in the first case, we are referring to the values, all right? And in the second case, we are referring to the values list. So the major difference over here is that in the values, working with the values, we actually see the column names, okay? And by the values list, we see some numbers. So for us, it's better to create, of course, the data frames out of query set values. Okay, I just wanted to show you how this actually works and why we are going to create data frames based on the values. So we can go ahead and get rid of the data frame 2, and let's also get rid of this, and let's save the views.py file. Let's take a look at this one more time. So we are going to go from the 16th to the 17th. Let's press search, and here we have our data frame. So in the next video, we are actually going to display this data frame in the template, and we are also going to use this date too, because right now we are filtering based on the date from only. So in the next one, we are going to refer to the date too as well. So we will basically have the sales objects created between the date from and the date to that we decide to select in our form. So see you guys in the next one. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create the proper query set, okay? So right now we are filtering by the created date, and what we need to do is to also include this date too, because right now we are assigning to the create date the date from. So let's improve this query set. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to write create date and then less than or equal, and then this is going to be the date 2. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to date 2, and then I'm going to write pretty much the same thing, but created date, and then not LTE, but GTE, and this is going to be greater than equal, and here I'm going to put in the date from. So right now we have a query set that is constructed with the date to and the date from that we will get from our form. All right, so this is the first improvement. Then what we can do is to write a check. So let's write if the length of our query set, so if len qs is greater than 0, greater, not smaller, greater than 0, like this, what we want to do is to actually create this data frame. So let's bring this in. Let's actually get rid of this, those 2 lines of code. And if this is the case, if we actually have a query set, if we actually have sales objects created between the date from and date to, we are going to create a data frame. In other case, we are going to print something. Let's say print no data. Later we will of course change this. So let's see if this will actually work. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go to the Django administration. And now I just want to look where those objects have been created, at what time, what date. 16th, 16th, and the third one is 12th. All right, so let's go to the 11th, let's say, or let's go to the 12th, and let's go to the 16th. So from the 12th and to the 16th, we want to see the data. So we should see 3 objects. Let's press search, and there we are. We have it. Okay, so we have those transactions in the data frame that we created. And then if we would go from, let's say, the 1st to the 7th, let's press search, and what do we have over here? No data. So this is basically working. And now what I'm going to do is to rename this df1 as sale df, and I'm going to set it initially to none. Sale df is equal to none. All right, and now let's pass it to the template. So let's put in df, or sales df to be more precise, sales df, and let's assign to it sales df as the value. And here it should be sales df, and here we should have sales df. We don't have df1 anymore, so let's put in sales df, and here we should have sales df as well. So I'm going to save this, and let's go back, hit refresh, and let's see what we will have over here. From the 16th to the 17th, let's search, and we don't see anything in the template, and this is because we of course forgot about to put in this sales df in our home HTML. So let's do this below the form, br, and then we can write an if check. If sales df, we will try to display the sales df, and in other case, let's just display in h3 no data. Okay, so let's see if this will actually work. I'm going to save this, refresh one more time. We have no data, but then if we go to the 16th, and then as the date 2, we will set 17th, press search. We have the true value of data frame is ambitious. Use empty boolean item any or all. So basically what we need to do over here is to go back to our views HTML, and if we want to display our data frame in the template, we need to bring it to HTML. So in the case where we actually have some data, we can bring in this sales data frame to HTML, and I'm going to do it. I could do it directly over here, but we will use this sales data frame later on for further processing. So I'm going to set it over here as sales df is equal to sales df, and let's put in to HTML. And right now, if we save the views.py file, and also will not forget to go to our home HTML and set the sales df with the save filter, this should actually work. So let's find out by refreshing the page, selecting the date from, date to, search data, and there it is. So it's not beautiful, but we were actually able to display the data frame in our template. Okay, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next video. Have a great day, and bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to create another data frame for the positions, but before we actually do this, let's take a look at the sales df to HTML, which is printed over here. Okay, so this is basically this. Okay, all right, so as the next step, let's create the position data frame. So what I'm going to do is to set it initially to none. Positions data frame is equal to none. Okay, and then we need to return to this block over here. So we have the sales data frame, and if the length of this query set based on which we are creating this data frame is greater than 0, we can also create a data frame for the positions. However, we can't just override it like this. Positions df is equal to pd and then data frame, and we cannot pass in the qs and then get positions and then values. Okay, we can perform the get positions method only on an object, not on a query set. So if we want to access a single object, that means we need to perform a for loop. So instead of writing positions df, let's write down positions, maybe data, and let's set this to an empty list. And below, what we are going to do is to perform a for loop. So let's change this qs maybe to sale qs. All right, so here we are going to loop through this qs. So let's write for sale in sale qs. What we want to do next is to loop through the sale get positions. Okay, so here we are looping through the sales object, and each sale object can access this get positions method. Okay, so what we need to do is go back to the views.py file and perform another for loop inside. So let's write for position or for pos in sale and then get positions. Here what we can do is to open up an obj, and this is going to be a dictionary where we are going to set the position ID, and this is going to be pos ID. Then we can access the product, and this is going to be pos product and name. All right, so I'm basically accessing the fields of the position. Okay, and in case of the product, I need to go to the product and grab the name of the field that we defined by the product class. All right, so we've talked about this before, so hopefully this is obvious. Let's also grab the quantity, and this is going to be the position quantity. Let's also grab the price, and here we will have the position price. And yeah, for now, let's just leave it as it is. Later, we will need to add to this sales ID, but we don't have it just yet. We'll need to actually create a method to get this sales ID. All right, so for now, this should work. And as the next step, we can take this object and put it in the positions data. So let's write positions data append, and we want to append the object. All right, so right now we can actually create a data frame based on the position data. So I'm going to override the position df over here, and this is going to be equal, and I'm going to put in pd data frame, and I'm going to pass in the positions data. And yeah, let's see if this will actually work. So let's actually first of all print out the position data frame, and below we will actually display it. So I'm going to put in position df. So let's find out. If this is working. I'm going to save this and let's hit refresh. And we have some error, unfortunately. Sales df to HTML unexpected indent. Okay, so somewhere we have an indentation issue. All right, and here it is. Okay, so let's put this inside. Okay, inside of this if len qs, and right now we shouldn't see any problems, hopefully. Let's hit refresh. Let's select the date from 15th to the 18th. Let's search, and name QS is not defined. All right, so okay, we have length QS over here, and it should be sale QS. We changed this, all right, and we should now refer to the sale QS over here as well, and hopefully everything should be working finally. Let's find out. Again, from the 15th to the 18th, search, and here is our data frame. But then if we go to the terminal, here is our position data frame. Okay, and as you can see, we have the position ID, we have the product, we have the quantity, and we have the price. So everything that we defined over here. Perfect. All right, guys, so as the next step, let's actually bring in this position data frame. How did we name it? Positions data frame to the template. We just need to do it exactly as we did with the sales df. So I'm actually going to copy the sales df, and below I'm going to do the same thing for the positions df. Positions df, and this is going to be positions df to HTML, and then let's pass in the positions df to the template. So we will have positions df key, and to it we are going to assign the positions df from over here. All right, so actually let's remove the sales df, we don't need it anymore. Let's go ahead and save the views.py file, and in the home HTML, let's also put in a break line in this if statement, if sales df, and then let's bring in the positions df with the save filter. And now let's take a look if everything is working. So I'm going to hit refresh. From the 15th to the 17th, let's say, search, and there we have it. So we have our data frame for the sales and for the positions. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here. We will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day and see you soon. All right, guys, so in this one, let's try to merge those two data frames into one. At least let's begin the process of merging. It shouldn't be difficult. However, we need to have the sales ID in our positions data frame. Over here, we have this ID. It's over here, okay? But then in the positions data frame, we only have the ID for the position. So if we want to merge these two, I think the best way is to do it on the sales ID, and the task will be to actually get this sales ID first. Because if we take a look at those transactions, those sales object, we know that the positions listed out in this data frame belong to those transactions, but it's hard for us to tell which position belongs to which transaction. So if we go to our Django administration, if we select this one, over here we have A05. So this is basically this transaction, this sales object, okay? And here we can see that we have the TV quantity 2 and TV quantity 3. So basically we know that this and this belongs to this. And if this those two TVs belong to A05, that means that the smartphone has to belong to 454. So let's go back, and here we have 454, and this is the smartphone quantity 3. So everything is okay. So yeah, in order to merge these two, to have one data frame, let's actually get the sales ID into the positions data frame. In order to do that, we need to actually go to the modals.py file, and here in the position class we will create a custom method, and this is going to be called the, let's put in get sales ID, just like this. All right, and this will take in self. The trick is that we can't perform a direct forward relation, because over here in our position class we don't have any relation to the sale. But in the sale class we have positions, which is a many-to-many field, a many-to-many relation to the position. So we can perform a reverse relationship. All right. And what I'm going to do is to create a variable, and this is going to be sale obj. And I'm going to set it to self. And then if we want to perform the reverse relationship, we need to take a look at the class where we have access, where we can perform this reverse relationship. And we need to put in the name of this class. So I'm going to put in sale and then underscore set. And in our case, we will only have one object over here. So I'm just going to put in first. Okay. And this is how we can perform a reverse relationship. More often you will see over here all. Okay. But for us, we can just put in first. And as the next step, we simply need to return the sale obj ID. Okay, so it's worth to keep in mind that this is how to perform the reverse relationship. We can also do it with the related name, but for now, let's focus on this way and let's see if this is actually working. So we need to save the modals.py file, and let's go back to our views.py. Over here, let's put in sales ID, and this should be equal to position and then get sales ID, just like this. Let's go ahead and save this, and let's find out if this will work or not. So from the 16th, for example, to the 17th, search, and here we have it. Okay, here we have our sales ID. So basically we know that this position TV belongs to this particular transaction, and then we have sales ID 2, and this means that the smartphone belongs to this transaction. All right, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and in the next one we will continue working on merging those two data frames. Before, I think we will get the customer instead of the customer ID, and the salesman instead of the salesman ID. So we will see each other in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video, let's try to modify our sales data frame so that we can see not the customer ID, but the customer name, and not salesman IDs, but a salesman themselves. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to jump back into Visual Studio Code, and I'm just going to comment out this print over here. So let me do it very quickly, and I'm going to get rid of those two lines where we have prints. And now I'm going to refer to the sales data frame. I'm actually going to print out the column of the sales data frame, and this column is going to be the customer ID. All right, and below I'm going to do another print, and here instead of the customer ID, I'm going to have the salesman ID. And let's save this. Let's hit refresh. Let's select from the 16th to the 17th, search, And let's go to the terminal, and here we have the column for the customer ID and the column for the salesman ID. Okay, so basically we have the customer ID over here and the salesman ID over here. Okay, those two match. So now let's get rid of those prints. And here we are going to modify those columns. So I'm just going to copy this sales df customer ID, because the sales df customer ID is going to be equal sales df customer ID, and we are going to use the built-in apply function, and we actually need to create a function in order to pass it. But basically this function will take in the ID of a particular row, and it will return salesman, or in this case customer, and over here it will return the salesman. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the salesman ID, and here we are also going to use apply, but again we don't have any function to apply on this particular column. So let's create those two functions. We need to go to the utils.py file, and over here below the generate code function, let's create two additional ones. The first one is going to be get salesman from ID, and this will take in some value. And this value is basically going to be the ID. And for now I'm going to put in pass. And the other one is going to be get customer from ID, and this will take in also some value, and here I'm going to put in pass as well. So in order to complete those functions, let's do some imports. I'm going to bring in the customer modal. So from customers modals we want to import the customer, and from profiles.modals we want to import the profile. Okay, so let's do the get salesman from ID first. So if we take a look at our sales sale class, over here we have the salesman, which is a foreign key to the profile. So this is why we imported the profile, and for the customer we have the customer, and this is why we imported the customer to the utils.py file. So first of all, as mentioned before, here we have some value, and this value is basically the ID. So we can write salesman is equal to profile, and then objects get, where the ID is equal to the value, and then we just need to return the salesman. Okay, and we can do the same thing for the customer. So here we will have customer objects get, where the value, not the value, but the ID is equal to the value, and we can return the customer. All right, so we can go ahead and save this, and let's go to the views.py file. We need to refer to the utils.py file. So from .utils we want to import get customer from ID and get salesman from ID, just like this. And now we can apply those functions on those columns. So get, over here we will have the customer from ID and get salesman from ID. All right, so let's actually see if this is working. So here I'm not calling those functions, I'm just providing them as the name. All right, let's save this and let's find out if this will work. So let's take from the 16th to the 17th some data, and let's press search, and there we have it. So here we have the customer ID as test right now, test customer, and then we have the profile of Lukasz Makina and test user. So here we have the string representation, and here we have the string representation. And for the customer, we can leave it as it is, because if we would go to the customers, Okay, we are just returning as the string representation the name. But if we will go to the profiles, here we are returning profile of self user username. So let's change this also in our sales application in the utils.py file. Here, let's put in salesman user username. Okay, let's try this one more time. I'm going to simply press search, and right now we have test customer and we see the username. Okay, all right guys, so as the final step, let's rename the customer ID to customer and the salesman ID to salesman, and maybe let's also take care of this created column. Let's extract only the date from here. So what I'm going to do is to go back to Visual Studio Code to the views.py file, and let's put in salesdf, and we want to rename, and right now we need to open up a dictionary, and let's grab the customer ID. Okay, and let's put it over here. So the customer ID should be renamed to customer. And the same thing we need to do for the salesman. So let's grab the salesman ID. And the salesman ID should be renamed to salesman, like this. Okay, but then we also need to put in axis is equal 1. This refers to columns. And then in place is equal to true, because we want to modify this sales df. Okay, without the in place is equal to true, we would have to write it say as sales df is equal to, and then sales df rename. So yeah, let's do this maybe first. I'm going to put in sales df is equal to sales df rename. Okay, so here we have the default value of in place is equal to false, but we are assigning this to this sales df variable, so we are modifying our sales data frame. And yeah, let's see if this will actually work. So let's hit refresh. Let's go from the 16th to the 17th search, and here we have it, customer and salesman. So right now we can actually get rid of this part and put in after the axis equal 1, in place is equal true, and we will get the same result. So let's press search, and nothing changed over here. All right, so we still need to change this created, and we will do it similar way as we did over here. So actually, let's copy this and let's paste it below. And here I'm going to have created and created, and then we are not going to apply a function that we are going to write in the utils.py file, but we are going to use an anonymous lambda function. So we can put in lambda, and then we have an argument, an expression, and with this expression we are going to format our create. And let's put in the year, and then we will have the month, and we will also not forget about the day. So let's see if this will do the trick. I'm going to save this, hit refresh. From the 16th to the 17th search, and there it is. Okay, so we only see the date, and here we have the updated field. Here begins the updated field, and here is the created. Okay, so this is working. We still see the customer, we still see the salesman, and basically we can finish off over here, and probably in the next one we are going to merge those two data frames finally. All right guys, have a great day and see you soon. All right guys, welcome back. So it's finally time to merge those two data frames. The one thing missing over here is the sales ID. We actually have the sales ID in the positions df, but we don't have it in the sales df. It's actually this ID, however, it's not named sales ID. So we would need to rename this ID or add another column as sales ID. So let's see how we can do this. First, I'm going to rename this ID to sales ID, and we know already what is the key, how to perform such action. We need to specify in the rename that we want to have ID renamed to sales ID, just like this. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. Let's select something over here and let's search. Okay, so right now we have sales ID. So this is one way to do it. If we would like to create an additional column, so let's get rid of this just for now at least. And if we would like to create an additional column in our data frame, we would refer to this sales df. And here we need to put in the column that we want to add, and this is going to be sales ID. And what it should be equal? Well, it should be equal to the sales df ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. Let's select something from over here. All right, and now we have ID as ID, and then we have another column added as sales ID. So I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to put back in the ID with the option to rename it to sales ID. So we don't need this additional column. And as the next step, we can go down to the positions df, and in the line below, we can refer to a new variable, and I'm going to call it merge df because this is going to be the new data frame created out of the two data frames which we already see. So the sales df and the positions df. And here I'm going to put in pd merge. And what we want to do is to, as mentioned before, pass in the sales df and the positions df. And then we need to specify on what key do we want to merge them. And we want to merge them on the sales ID. Okay, so let's put in sales ID. And what I'm going to do over here is to copy this merge df. And at the top, I'm going to initialize it as none. And then if this length of our sale query set is greater than 0, I'm going to do the same thing as over here. So merge df is going to be equal, and then I'm just going to put it one more time to HTML. And let's also pass this merge df to the template. Merge df, let's go ahead and save it, and let's go to home, and then let's copy this, paste it, and here we won't have the positions df but the merged df. All right, so let's just maybe put in some description. Here we have sales df. Here we will have the positions df, and here we are going to have our merged df. So let's go ahead and save this, and then let's press search, and there we have it. So this is our sales df. Nothing changed over here except of the sales ID. Then we have the positions df, and we have the merged df. So right now we can see the transaction ID, and then we have also included the positions. So if we take a look at this section, we have basically this data frame added to this one. Okay, so here from here to here, you can say that we see this data frame, and then from here to here, we see this one. And right now we can precisely see what positions belong to what transactions. So as the next step, we are going to group this merged data frame and create another one based on the grouped price. So we are going to take the transactions and group them by price. So we will see that this plus this will give us $3,000, and this transaction, well, it won't be grouped with anything, it will be just $1,800. So this is coming up in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, so before we actually start working on the charts, there's still one more thing that I would like to show you, and this is group by. So we can perform a group by function on a data frame in order to achieve, for example, such result that we see over here. We have one transaction ID and the total price, and then we have another transaction ID and we see the total price. So basically we want to recreate this with the use of our merged data frame. So we need to take a look into the transaction ID and the price that we see over here. So we are going to perform group by on the transaction ID in order to sum the price. Okay, so let's jump to Visual Studio Code, and below the merged data frame, let's create our main data frame. So let's call it just df, and this is going to be merged data frame, and we want to perform group by. So we want to perform it by the transaction ID, and then we are going to set as index is equal to false. We want to have normal index before the transaction ID, and then we want to grab the price and aggregate the sum. Okay, so basically this should give us the result about the result that we were talking about before. And in order to check it out, I'm going to initialize this data frame over here. I'm going to set it to none, and then let's go to the bottom. Let's copy this merge df, and yeah, let's change this to data frame, and then df to HTML. Let's also not forget to pass the df to the template. So let's set as the key df the variable that we have over here. Let's go ahead and save this, and let's go to home HTML. So here I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to put in grouped by data frame, something like this, and this should be, of course, not merged df but df itself. And now let's go ahead and save it, and let's press search, and we have our grouped by data frame. So as you can see, this is basically the two columns that we see over here, the transaction ID and the total price. Okay, so this is exactly what we were able to accomplish, and I think it's the right time to actually work on the charts. So we will do this starting from the next video. So hope to see you guys over there. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, so it's finally time to work on our charts, at least start working on our charts. So this is the good news. However, there's also bad news, and this is because of the fact that we can't create the charts directly as we can do, for example, in Jupyter Notebook. First, we need to create a file-like object with the use of bytes.io and matplotlib, and then we can use base64 encode and decode method on our file-like objects so that the embedding into HTML can actually take place. And later we will also need to perform one small step, which we will discuss a little bit later on. So now let's jump into Visual Studio Code. Where's my Visual Studio Code? There it is. And let's go to utils.py file, and let's begin from the imports. Okay, so what I'm going to bring in is bytes.io. So from IO, I want to import bytes.io, and then let's also bring in base64, and let's also import matplotlib pyplot splt. Matplotlib pyplot splt. All right, so I think we are done with the imports. So as the next step, let's go to the bottom of the page and let's create two functions. So the first one is going to be called getGraph, and for now I'm going to write pass, and then we will have another one called getChart. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is to set a chart variable to getGraph, and then I'm going to simply return the chart. However, we still need to code something over here and of course over here. So let's begin with the getGraph. This is going to be a little bit tricky one, but we need to do it only once, and later we can use this function to create basically all the charts that are available in matplotlib and seaborn. So first of all, let's create a bytes buffer for the image that we want to work on. So what I'm going to do is to set a buffer variable, and this is going to be bytes.io. All right, as the next step, we need to create the plot with the use of bytes.io object as a file-like object. So we can write plt save fig. We need to pass in the buffer, and let's set the format as PNG. Okay. So the third step will be to set the cursor to the beginning of the stream, and this is going to be buffer and then seek, and let's put in 0 inside. And finally, let's retrieve the entire content of the file. So we will need for this another variable. I'm going to call this image PNG, and this is going to be equal buffer and then get value. Okay, we are not done yet. Next, we are going to use base64 encode to encode our bytes-like object, which is our image PNG. This will return the encoded bytes. So in order to do this, let's set a variable graph, and this is going to be equal base64, and then we need to find b64 encode. Okay, and here we just need to pass in the image PNG. All right, so now to get a string out of these bytes, we can use the decode method with the UTF-8 encoding. So in order to do this, I'm going to override this graph variable, and this is going to be graph, and then we will perform the decode method and we will pass UTF-8. All right, so let's below free the memory of the buffer. So we need to put in buffer close, and finally we need to return the graph. Okay, so this getGraph function is ready, and in the next one we will work on the getChart function. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to continue working on our charts, and to be more precise we will focus on this getChart function, which takes in the chart type. Also it will take in the data and keyword args. Okay, so the first line of code in this function will be related to switching the backend. So in matplotlib, the backend is some kind of a tool that is responsible for drawing our plots. And in Jupyter Notebook, we are using the inline backend, but for our web application, we are going to use the anti-grain geometry backend, so-called AGG. Okay, and this is probably a perfect solution for working with PNG files. So yeah, let's write plt switch backend, and we need to pass in AGG. Okay, so this line of code is extremely important. And then we need to figure out what kind of a chart do we want to display. So let's do an if chart type is equal to, and then we need to refer to the forms to 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we need to refer to those numbers. So number 1 is going to be the bar chart, number 2 is going to be the pie chart, and number 3 is going to be the line chart. So let's do this. If chart type is number 1, then we are going to print bar chart. Okay, then let's perform an elif. Chart type is equal to, and then let's put in number 2. Then we are going to print pie chart. Was it pie chart? Yeah, I think it was pie chart. And then let's do another elif. Chart type is equal to 3. Then we will have to print the line chart. Okay, line chart or plot. And in other case, which should not happen, let's print maybe something like oops, failed or wrong chart type, or maybe let's put in failed to identify the chart type, something like this. All right, so yeah, we can actually save this. Of course, we are not done yet, but we can actually save this, and then we need to go to the views.py file, and let's bring in this function. So over here, let's go to utils, or okay, we are already doing imports from the utils, so we just need to get chart. Okay, and let's use it over here. So we will have chart is equal to get chart, and we need to pass in the chart type, and we also need to pass in the data. So in our case, this is going to be this data frame. All right, so yeah, let's see if we will be able to actually print out the chart that we selected. So I'm going to save the views.py file, and I'm going to head over to the reports app, and I'm going to press search, and we have bar chart. So this is working. Let's select the pie chart, and we have the pie chart and the line chart, and the line chart is of course here as well. So as the next step, we actually need to go back to our utils.py file, and let's work on the charts. So over here we need to have a bar chart. Okay, we will do it both with matplotlib and then with seaborn. Then we will have the pie chart here and the line chart, the PLT plot over here. Okay, so let's begin with the bar chart. So PLT and then bar, and we need to pass in the transaction ID. So we need to refer to data transaction ID, and this is going to be basically our X. So transaction ID like this. And then we also want to have as Y the price. So data and then price. Okay, so as a reminder, we are referring to this grouped by data frame. We have the transaction ID and the price. All right, so this is the bar chart. Let's do the pie chart as well. So here we will have PLT pie, and this one will be a little bit different. We will have data as data, and then let's set the X as price, and we'll also need the labels, and here we will get those labels from the keyword arguments. So let's write labels is equal to quarks get labels like this, and we actually need to set those labels in the views.py file. So if we go to our chart, so here we have the chart type, the data frame, and let's set the labels, which are going to be equal, and then we need to refer to the data frame, transaction ID, and values. Okay, so let's save this views.py file, and let's return to the utils.py file. And yeah, basically this should work if we assign to the labels that we got from over here. Okay, so we have the pie chart ready, and let's focus on the line chart. So this is going to be a plt plot, and let's pass in as x the data transaction ID. Okay, and let's also pass in the data price. All right, so let's also set the size. So I'm going to create a variable fig, and this is going to be plt and then figure like this, and we are going to set the size over here. So we need to pass in fig size is equal to, and let's pass in 10/4. Okay, we will play with this a little bit later. For now, let's leave it as it is. And at the bottom, let's also put in plt tight layout. Okay, so this will basically adjust the size of our chart in response to the fixed size. So what we can do right now is basically save this. Let's go to the views. This chart is initialized over here. So let's also let's initialize it at the very top. Okay, so the chart will be initially set to none, and then we will get it over here if this condition is fulfilled. All right, so we'll also need to pass in the charts to the template. So chart and chart like this. So we can go ahead and save it, and we need to go to home HTML, and let's refer to this if sales df. So as the next step, we are going to put in break line, and then I'm going to put in chart, and here not chart set but chart, and here let's write emg src. Let's open up the quotation marks and put in data image /png, and then we need to put in base 64, add a comma, and put in our chart as save, chart save like this, and let's close up the emg. So we will take a look how this actually works in the browser in just a second in order to understand what is going on. So let's go ahead and simply save home HTML, and let's find out if this is working or not. So we need to go back to the browser. Let's press search, and here is our chart. So we've selected the line chart. If we would go to the bar chart, we would see the bar chart. Okay, everything is working. And now let's take a look how this actually looks like in the HTML code. So we have emg src, and here we have our string. Okay, so in order to embed the base 64 into HTML, this is how we need to do this. So to make things maybe a little bit clearer, let's go to the views, and here let's print the chart. Okay, so I'm going to write chart, and after the comma, chart. Let's save this, and let's press search. Okay, let's take a look at what do we get in the terminal, and here is our ending. Okay, and this is basically, as you can see, you can compare this matches, okay? SUQMCC, SUQMCC. All right. So hopefully now this is a little bit more understandable why we did it like this. But then if we close this and go to the chart, and we can simply right click and select save graphic as, we can save this as, for example, image PNG. All right, so I'm going to save it on the desktop, and here is our image. Okay, everything is working. So we can play around with this, and maybe let's do it right away. So what I'm going to do is to return to the utils.py file, and we are going to add some changes, for example, to the line plot. Okay, so maybe what we can add is a specific color. So for example, we can set a color over here to green or yellow or whatever, and I'm going to set the marker as O, and let's see what we will have over here. So let's save this. Let's go to the line chart, search, and over here we have a line chart with line plot with marker and the green line. We can also, for example, change the line style. So let's write line style and set it, for example, to dashed. Okay, let's save this. Let's search, and there we have it. Okay, let's also do one more thing, and to be more precise, let's do the bar chart with the use of not matplotlib itself, but with seaborn. So in order to do this, we need to bring in seaborn. So let's import seaborn as SNS. Okay, and now we can go to the chart type where we have the bar chart, and right now we can write below the PLT bars. This line of code will be commented out for now, and here let's write SNS bar plot, where we are going to set as the X the transaction ID, and then the Y is going to be the price, and then we need to specify the data. So the data is going to be the data that we are receiving from over here. So let's see if this will work. I'm going to save this. I'm going to switch to bar chart, search, and here is our bar plot with the use of seaborn. Okay, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So let's slowly start working on the reports. So we should see, actually, after loading this chart, a report button. Then after we click on it, we should see a modal with a form where we can basically save a new report. So this form should consist of, if we go to the reports application, where is it? There it is. This form should consist of the name, the image will be saved automatically, and the remarks, and the author will be saved automatically as well. So those two fields will need to be added to this form. So we are going to create inside of the reports application a forms.py file, and we are going to create a modal form based on this class. So the first thing that I want to do in this video is actually integrate a JavaScript file dedicated for this home page. And we are going to do it directly in the sales application. So in the sales application, we will have another static folder. And here we are going to put in another one, just like we did with templates. So it's going to be sales. And then let's put in home.js. All right, so let's, in the home.js, just console log hello world, Okay, and let's go ahead and save this. And now we need to go to home HTML. Above the block title, let's open up block scripts. We defined the block scripts as well in our base HTML. Okay, and here let's put in the script. So script, oh, and one more thing is missing. We need to load static. So let's do it very quickly. Load static. All right, so now we can write script source. Let's open up the quotation marks. Next, let's open curly bracelets. And here, let's put in static. And then we need to refer to this home.js. So it's going to be sales and then home.js. And we also will put the defer attribute. So with this attribute, we basically are telling the browser to wait with the execution of this script until the page is loaded. Okay, and now we can close off the script. And yeah, let's save this home HTML. Let's right click inspect. Let's go to the console and let's hit refresh. And over here, it seems like the Django can't find this file. So what I'm going to do to fix this problem in an easy way is just to go to the settings.py file in our main project folder. So let me find it first, reports project, settings.py. And here we have static files dir. So we can basically tell Django to look also in the base dir, and then we are going to refer to the sales application, okay? And then we will refer to static, like this. All right, so let's save this now and let's try to do it one more time. And now we see hello world, okay? So now this is working. Okay, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Right now we have our home HTML linked up with our home.js. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's add a button so that we can trigger a modal, which will later have a form, which is going to be based on the report modal. So it will be a modal form, and based on that form, we will be able to create new objects. To be more precise, we will be able to create new report objects. So this form later on will consist of fields such as let's go to the reports modals. We will need the name and remarks, okay? Because the image is going to be filled out automatically. This is going to be the image that is generated after pressing search, and the outer will be filled out automatically because it's going to be basically our profile. So yeah, in order to do this, we first need to have a report button which will open up a modal, and this is exactly what we are going to do in this part. So yeah, let's go to maybe first let's find style CSS, because we can approach this in two ways. So I'm going to put over here a not visible class, and this is going to be display, and I'm going to set it to none, right? And now I'm going to save style CSS, and I'm going to return to home HTML. For the image, I'm going to set an ID, EMG, all right? And then I can put the button over here and not worry about the class that we just created, because it will be displayed only if we have the sales data frame, or if I would like to practice a little bit JavaScript, I could put it over here. So let's put in button, let's give it a class of btn primary, and later we will add some attributes for the modal to appear. But now let's close up this button and let's put add report as the label. Let's go ahead and save this, hit refresh, and here is our add report button. So we can give this button an ID. Okay, but also let's see if this class is working. So I'm going to put in not visible. So right now we shouldn't see this button, and it's gone actually. Okay, but then we could, as mentioned before, create this button directly over here. So I can put a button with a class. For example, I'm going to make a green button, so it will be btn success, and I'm not going to give any ID, and I'm just going to put in report over here, report. So let's save this, and let's select some dates, search, and we see this report button over here. All right, I'm going to delete this. We are going to use this button where we will have to remove the not visible class. So this is only for practice purposes. Okay, so we have this ID report btn and we have this ID image. So let's get those elements and bring them into home.js. So in order to do this, we need to create new const. So let's first get the report btn. So this is going to be document get element by ID, and here we need to pass in the ID of the report btn. So report btn was the ID. Let's confirm this very quickly. Yes, and now we need to do the same for the image. So this is the first element. Let's do the second one. Const image is equal to document get element by ID emg. All right, so now we can actually console log the report btn, and also let's console log the emg. Let's save this, and let's press search, and then right click inspect. Let's go to the console, and here is our button, and here is our image. But then if I hit refresh the page, the image is null because there is actually no image. All right, but then if I press search, okay, we need to select the dates. Okay, we have the image. So in order to actually display this report btn, which isn't visible, we can write an if check, if image, then we can refer to this report btn class list, and we can remove the not visible class. Okay, so let's find out if this will actually work. So I'm going to press search one more time, and we see our add report btn. All right, so as the next step, we need to go to getbootstrap.com. Let's press get started, and in the search input, let's type modal, and let's select this one from the live demo. Okay, so we will need to grab those attributes data.bs toggle and data.bs target. I'm going to grab them, copy them, and put them into home HTML after the ID. And then I'm going to grab the modal itself. Okay, and I'm going to put it at the top of the block content. So here I'm going to apply one small change for now, and I'm going to change this example modal to what should be the proper name. Maybe let's call this simply report modal, something like this. And I'm going to copy this ID because it should match data.bs target. So the hash remains, but we need to delete this example modal and put in report modal. Okay, so this is how we hook up this button with the modal itself. So let's save this, and let's find out if everything is working. So I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to select the date from, the date to, search, and now I'm going to press add report, and there is our modal. All right, So we will adjust it in the future videos. For now, let's finish off over here, and hopefully we will see each other in the next part. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's create a form that will be displayed in the modal. So to be more precise, we need to create a report form based on the report class defined in the modal's py file. So let's do this. I'm going to jump into the reports application folder, and over here, let's create a new file called forms.py. And the first thing is to import forms from Django. So from Django, import forms. And now we can also bring in our report model. So from .models, we want to import report. And now we can define a class, report form, which inherits from forms, and not form, but modal form, all right? So we want to create form which is based on our report model, and now we need to use class meta in order to indicate that the model is going to be the report. All right, and we also need to specify the fields. So here, as mentioned before, we need the name and the remarks. All right, so we can go ahead and save this, and right now we need to bring this report form into the views.py of our sales application. Okay, so let's go to views.py file, and before we do anything, I just want to rename this sales search form, which is stored in the form variable, to search form. Okay, and then we can also apply the changes over here. So here we will have search form and search form. All right, so let's save the views.py and go to home HTML, and here we will not have the form but the search form. Okay, let's see if everything is working. All right, let's just confirm before we start working on the other form. And yeah, everything seems to be fine. So now we can return to views.py file. And as mentioned before, let's bring in the report form. So from reports, models, we want to import the report, not models, sorry guys. Reports forms, we want to import the report form. All right, so let's put it below the search form. Here we will have a report form, and let's instantiate it over here. So here we will send the data with the use of ajax. This is something that we will take care of a little bit later. Now let's focus on passing this report form to the template. So let's go to the context dictionary. As the key report form, let's assign the report form. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save this, and yeah, let's go to home HTML. We need to access the modal body. All right, we already have the crispy form stack loaded, so let's go to the modal, and over here let's get rid of those 3 dots, and let's simply put in a form with the ID report form. Okay, and let's close off this form over here, and inside we are going to put in this report form with the crispy filter. Okay, so this is the first thing, but also let's put in the CSRF token. All right, and yeah, let's also add an ID to this modal body. I'm just going to set it also as modal body. It will be easier to grab it by ID. And above this form, let's create another div. And this is going to be for the alerts. So we will have an alert if we successfully saved the report, or if we failed. All right, so this is going to be an alert box. Let's close off this div. And maybe let's also change the title. So here we will have add report. Okay. So we'll also need a button to submit this form. So maybe let's just grab one of those buttons, and put it inside of the form. And we can actually get rid of this modal footer. Let's change the type to submit, and maybe let's make this button bluish. So I'm going to put in info. Okay, and the label will be just save, like this. All right, so let's see if this is actually working. So let's hit refresh, and maybe before we proceed, what I'm going to do is to add a break line over here. Okay, so let's select a date from, a date to, let's press search. Okay, we see this add report button over here. Let's press it, and here is our form, and here is our save button. So we can actually also add some margin top to this button. So I'm going to put in margin top 2. Let's save this, and let's press search one more time, add report, and this is looking pretty good in my opinion. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to return to our sales search form. We are going to take a step back in order to add an additional field that will determine how do we want to display our data. So right now, everything is based on the transaction ID. So to a particular transaction ID, we are grouping the prices. We are summing the prices, and we know how much money we made on a particular transaction. However, as mentioned in the previous video, we already have this information in our sales data frame. So we performed those operations on different data frames in order to practice. And right now it's time to go back to the sales data frame. And if we take a look at the field created, we can see that we actually prepared this field for grouping by the date. So it kind of makes sense because we can have many transactions in a certain day. And for the salesman, in order to write a report, it would be pretty cool if there would be an opportunity to write some remarks day by day. So for example, in day 1, so we will have a date from and date to, and let's say in day 1, the salesman tried one selling technique. It worked out pretty well, so in the report it could be like date this one, selling technique this one, worked out pretty good. Then we had a boom. The salesman tried a different technique, okay? So in the next day, the 8th, in the report, I tried this selling technique. It worked out really well, better than the previous one. And in the next day, he or she tried a different technique, and we saw a drop down. We saw a fall of results. And in the remark, yeah, this technique doesn't really work, so I don't recommend it using on, for example, TVs. All right, you can try it on smartphones, maybe it will be better, but on TVs I tried it and it didn't work out really well. So to sum up, it might make sense to organize the data by the created date. And this is exactly what we are going to do right now. And we will need to perform some changes in the utils.py file, in the views.py file, and also, of course, in the forms.py file, because as mentioned before, we need this additional field over here. So let's get started on this. And before we actually do this, let's take a look at the pie chart, because I think we forgot to see the pie chart. So let me press search. and there is our pie chart. So the pie chart is working as well. All right, and now we can jump into forms.py file, because over here we need to create this additional field, and this is going to be very similar to the chart type. So I'm going to copy the chart type, paste it below, and I'm going to name this field as results by. Okay, and here we won't have chart choices but result choices. So now we need to create those result choices. I'm going to copy chart choices, paste them below, and this will become the result choices. And here let's get rid of the third tuple, because we will have only two options. The first one is going to be the transaction or transaction ID. I'm just going to leave transaction. And here we are going to have the sales date, something like this. All right, so now everything should be working. Let's save this, let's hit refresh. Okay, and there it is. So we can go back. We have this results by. We can select transaction or sales date. And as the next step, let's jump to the views.py file. Let's get those results by from the post request. So I'm going to copy this, paste, and change chart type to results by. And I'm going to copy this, put it over here, and then I'm going to go to the chart. We'll get rid of the labels over here, and after the data frame we will paste the results by. But right now we also need to change this df, this data frame, because this df is the merged data frame, and we just agreed that we are not going to use it anymore. So if we just select some dates one more time, press search, we are going to forget about this data frame, and we are going to return to the first one that we created, the sales data frame. So to be more precise, we are going to return to this one, and let's pass it. Instead of the df, we are passing sales df. All right, so let's save the views.py file and let's jump into the utils.py file. So here, after the data, we will need the results by. All right, and we'll actually need to get this results by. And in order to get it, I'm going to create a translation function, which I'm going to name get key. And this get key will take in the results by. I'm just going to put in res by. And I'm going to explain everything in just a second. First, let's start typing if res by is equal to, and then let's put in 1. Okay, so if we do it like this, we are checking if the results by, if we selected the transaction. Okay, so if we selected the transaction, this means that we should refer to the transaction ID column. All right, so we need to set the key as the transaction ID, and this is exactly what we are going to do. So if res by is 1, the key is going to be transaction ID. Okay, and in other case, if res by is equal to 2, we are going to set the key as the, let's check it out, created. Okay, created. So this is going to be the key. All right, so if we select sales date, then we will have the key set to created. All right, and basically we can now return the key, and inside of this get chart function we can get this key. We can create a variable key and set it with the use of this get key function. We just need to pass in the results by, which we will get from over here. All right, so basically let's focus on the bar chart first. Here we won't have the transaction ID anymore. We will just need to put in the key. All right, so this is the first step. Then we won't have the price, we will have the total price, and the data. Yeah, and here is the trick, because we are not grouping the sales data frame in any way, so we actually need to do it below the key. And I'm going to write d is equal to data, and then I'm going to head to the views.py file, and I'm going to grab this piece of code. All right, and I'm going to use it inside of the utils.py file. But here, instead of the price, we will have the total price. The rest remains the same if we get rid of the transaction ID and put in the key that we have over here. Okay, and we also need to get rid of this additional dot. So right now we have the data, and we are going to set as the data, not the data that we get over here, but the data which is grouped by. Okay, so data is equal to d. And let's see if this will actually work. So I'm going to save this, and let's hit refresh. So I'm going to select a date from, a date to, bar chart, transaction, and we have one transaction. Let's go to the 19th search, and we have 3 transactions. All right, so if we take a look at those transactions, 2 of them are created on the 16th and 1 is created on the 12th. So if we go to sales date, select results by sales date, we should see 2 columns. Okay, let's press search, and here are 2 columns, and here are the dates. So on the 16th we generated almost $5,000, and on the 12th we generated somewhere near $2,000. It may be equal to $1,000. So let's see. The 16th is 1,800 plus 3,000, and this is almost $5,000. And here we have $1,950, and this this is basically this. Everything is working. So this was the SNS, the seaborn bar plot. So let's do the same for our PLT bar. So I'm going to comment out this SNS bar plot, and here we will have the D, where we need to put in the key, and we will have D instead of data, and total price instead of price. Let's save this, and let's press search, and here we have it. Okay, so this is by the sales date, and if we take a look at the transaction, here is by the transaction. All right, so yeah, it seems to be working. So now we can focus on the pie chart. I'm actually going to bring in back the seaborn one, and now let's do the PLT pie. So we won't have the labels anymore. We won't get it from the keyword arguments anymore. We will get it directly over here. So we need to write D and then pass in the key and values. Okay, so we are getting the labels depending on the key. Okay, and as the next step, we need to simply change the data to D and X to total price, like this. And let's see if this will work as well. I'm going to select the pie chart by transactions. Okay, let's do it one more time. Pie chart, transaction search, and this is by the transaction, and then by the sales date. Let's press search, and here is by the sales date. Okay, so this is working as well, and we have one more plot that we need to modify, and this is going to be the line chart. So here we need to put in D, and instead of the transaction ID, the key, then the price will be the total price, and we can leave those settings as they are. So let's save this. Let's go to line chart by sales date, and here we have X and Y must have same first dimensions. So okay, the problem is over here. We didn't change data. This should be D. All right, so let's save this and let's try it one more time. So line chart transaction, we need to select the date from, date to, let's do this 19th, and let's press search. And there we have it. Okay, so this is by the transaction, and let's do it by the sales date. And there we are. So it's near 2000. It's exactly, as we know, 1,950. And here we have almost $5,000. To be more precise, 4,800. All right, guys, I think we can finish off this video over here, and we will see each other in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, so in the next video, we are going to bring this chart to our model so that we can see it somewhere over here. But before, let's not forget to do one more thing. Mainly, if we, for example, select date from the 20th to the 21 and press search, we have no data over here. Okay, so let's maybe create an alert somewhere at the top, and this will look simply a little bit nicer. So what I'm going to do is to go to this if sales df in our home HTML, and I'm just going to get rid of this else statement. And as the next step, I'm going to go above the form, and here I'm going to add another if statement, and here we will have if no data, and I'm going to get rid of else. So we need to pass in no data to this template. We need to create it in the views.py file. But before, let's just go to the to getbootstrap.com and search for alerts. Okay, and we are interested in a red alert or a yellow alert. Maybe a yellow alert with a warning will be better. So let's select the one with the warning. Let's copy it and let's put it over here. And yeah, we can put in over here no data. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and right now we need to focus on this no data. So first of all, in the views.py file, let's initialize no data somewhere over here. No data is equal to none. And then if this check isn't true, if length sale QS isn't greater than 0, so if this is not true, we are going to go to the else, and instead of printing no data, we are going to set no data as is equal to no data available in this date range, something like this. All right, and let's save this and let's see if this will work. So I'm going to hit search one more time. Search, and we don't see anything because we didn't pass it to the template. So let's do it very quickly. No data will be the key, and let's assign no data. And now let's save this. Let's search. Okay, so this development server is restarting, and let's try it one more time from the 20th to the 21. Search, and no data available in this date range. Okay, so maybe I'll just put here no data is available. I think it sounds a little bit better. And let's save the views.py and finish this video over here. And as mentioned before, we are now going to focus to bring the chart into the model. So this is coming up in the next video. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So as mentioned in the previous video, in this one, let's focus on bringing our chart into the modal. So after pressing add report, okay, we see this form and we want to place this image over here. Okay, so one thing that I'm going to do is to actually go to the home HTML and I'm going to get rid of this chart and I'm going to save this, and right now this chart shouldn't be visible over here. All right, so the thing is that once we press on this report button, we should basically take this image and put it over here. And this part is going to be done in JavaScript. So we need to add an event listener on this button, and we will listen on a click event. So whenever this add report button is clicked, we are going to add this image to the modal body. All right. So let's take care of this. The first thing is to head over to the home.js. And if we take a look at the home HTML, we've already set the ID for the modal body. All right, so let's actually grab this element. So I'm going to return to home.js, and actually I'm going to copy this line of code, paste it below, and here we are going to put in modal body is equal to document get element by ID modal body. All right. As the next step, let's add an event listener on this report button. So report btn add event listener, and we should be listening on the click event, and then we need to define what will happen when this button gets clicked. So for now, I'm just going to console log clicked. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's click on the right mouse button and then inspect. Let's go to the console and let's refresh. So let's see if this will work. From the 7th to the 21st, for example, search. And now if we press on this button, we don't see anything. So I'm going to clear the cache, Command-Shift-R, and let's do it one more time. From the 7th to the 19th, search, add report, and there we have it. We have clicked. All right. So as the next step, we can refer to this modal body. All right, because this is where we want to add the image that we have over here. So we can basically write modal body append and then pass in the image. And let's save this and let's see if this will work. Okay, so yeah, let's press search one more time and let's go to add report, and here is our image. Okay, so we have two problems. This image is basically a little bit too big and it's added at the bottom, and we would like to have it at the top. So let's close this modal, and here in this report btn add event listener, let's set an attribute for the image. So I'm going to put an image set attribute, and I'm going to use a bootstrap class. So we need to specify that we want to set the class attribute, and I'm going to add W100. So this will be 100% width. So it should be 100% width of this modal body. All right. And then we, instead of appending this image, because in this way this image gets added to the bottom, let's use prepend. All right, let's save this and let's see if this will work. So I'm going to press search again and then add reports, and there it is. Okay, so this is working, and I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this project on the reports application in the next video. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, so in this one, let's start working on the functionality of creating reports objects through this form, alright? So we need to send to a particular view, which is going to be defined in the reports application in the views.py file, the image, okay, so this is basically this, the value of this input and this one. So if we right click inspect, here we have this input, and we will be interested in the ID because we will have to get this element by ID. So the syntax is ID underscore and the name of the field. So if we go to remarks, right click inspect, here we have ID underscore and remarks. All right. So we'll need to get those elements plus the CSRF token. All right. And yeah, later we will have to do a couple of additional things. But for now, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. And yeah, let's grab the report name and the report remarks. Okay, so I'm going to call this const report name is equal to document get element by ID. And here we need to pass in ID name. All right. Let's copy this, let's paste it, and here we will have not report name, but report remarks, and the ID is going to be ID remarks, as we saw in the console. So as mentioned before, we also need a CSRF middleware token. So let's write const CSRF, and this is going to be document get elements by name, and we need to pass in CSRF middleware token. CSRF middleware token. All right, so let's console log CSRF. Let's see if we got it in a correct way. I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to jump into the console, and here is our CSRF token times 2, because if we go to home HTML, we actually see the CSRF token for the search form, okay, and for the report form. So if we go inside, we have 2 elements. So let's go to the first one. We have to scroll all the way down, press on the 3 dots, and here we have the value, and basically this is our CSRF token. So I'm going to copy it and put it over here. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the next one, and I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to paste it below. And as you can see, those CSRF tokens match. Okay, so basically what we can do is to go to home.js and put in 0 value, and now let's save this, let's hit refresh, and here is now our CSRF token. Okay, and if we console log, not the CSRF, but the reports name, and maybe below the reports remarks, let's see if we got those elements correctly. Let's press search. Okay, we need to select the date. We actually don't need to select the date, we just need to refresh the page. Sorry about this, guys. So here are the inputs. Input type text, and we have a text area, and here are our IDs. So this is basically working. All right, so as the next step, what we need to do is to actually grab the form itself, because I don't see it anywhere. So maybe we can create another const, and this is going to be report form. Let's go to document, get element by, not name, but get element by ID, and report form. Report form, okay? Because in the home HTML, we have this ID over here, report form, okay? So right now we can jump into this report btn add event listener, And over here we can add another one on the report form. The report, not remarks, but report form. Report form. Okay, so let's put in report form add event listener, and this time we want to listen on the submit event. Okay, and then we will have an event, and the first thing that I'm going to do is to write event prevent default, because we don't want to submit this form, we don't want to refresh the page, we want to continue working on the data that we are going to actually send through an ajax call. So we will get to it in just a second. For now, let's create another const, and this is going to be form data, and let's set it to new form data. So here we are instantiating our form data, and to this form data we are going to be appending the CSRF middleware token, our remarks value, our report name value, and our image. Okay, so let's do this actually. Form data append, and we will begin with the CSRF middleware token. So I'm just going to copy this name, and we need to put in next to the name the CSRF. Okay, and then form data append, we need to now refer to the name, okay, because we will be expecting the name. And here I'm just going to put in the report, not report form, but report name value. All right. And then let's do another form data append. And here we are going to be expecting the remarks. That's the name of the field. And here I'm going to put in report remarks value. Okay. And finally, let's put in form data append and then image. And here I'm going to put in EMG SRC. All right. So let's actually console log maybe somewhere over here. EMG SRC. Okay. So let's hit refresh. Select the date. Search. And here is our EMG. And in order to see the SRC, we of course need to click on the add report button. Okay, so right now we see the SRC. Okay, so actually we'll need to have a special function, we'll need to define a special logic in order from this to create an image that will be stored in our image field. Okay, in our if we go to the reports application, go to the modals, in our image, which is an image field. All right, so yeah, what we can do now is to go back just for a second, because right now we have the form data defined. This is exactly what we want to send. So as the next step, we can actually put in the jQuery Ajax method. All right. So in order to do this, we just need to put in the $sign Ajax and then open parentheses. And here in the curly bracelets, we need to define first of all the type. So the type is going to be post. As the next step, we need to define the URL. So we don't have this yet. We need to create a special view for the logic that is going to enable us saving report objects. But for now, we don't have it. So I'm just going to put in blank for now. Okay. And then we'll have to specify the data. And here I'm just going to refer to the form data that we defined above. Form data with small letters, form data like this. Okay, and now we need to define what will happen on success. We will have a function that will take in a response, And for now, let's just put in console log response. And this response we will also define in the report view. Okay. So as the next step, let's define what will happen on error. And here we will have a function that will take in an error, and we will console log the error. Okay, so working with images, we also might want to set the content type option to false and also process data also as false. So I think we are done with this Ajax, except we need to return to the URL part, okay? But apart from this URL, everything should be working. So we will find out, of course, very soon. For now, let's save the home.js and let's go to the reports application, all right? So in the reports application, in the views.py file, we actually need to create a proper view. So let's go to the top, and here I'm just going to name this create report view, maybe something like this, which will take in a request. And here we can begin by writing if request is Ajax, all right? Then we are going to get the data. So we will have the name, and this is going to be request post and then get name. So we've specified the name remarks image over here, all right? So let's go back to reports. We have the name. Let's also grab the remarks. And finally the image. So this is going to be also request post get image. Okay, however, we need to work on this image over here, all right? So we will return to this in just a second, because yeah, this won't work quite yet. But as the next step, what we can do is to do some imports. So from profiles models, we want to import the profile because we need to set the author, okay? Who is the author of the report? So if we go to models, we have the author over here. And for this, we need the profile, okay? Because the author is a foreign key to the profile. So let's set the author. Author is equal to, and then profile objects, and then get by the user, where the user is equal to the request.user, just like this. Okay, so as the next step, we are not going to create a report object because this won't work, but we can actually return some kind of a JSON response if we import the JSON response. So from Django HTTP, we want to import JSON response, and this JSON response will be displayed in the console if everything goes well. So we've written the logic in the home.js, in the success block. Here we have console log response. So basically, if we return to our reports application, to the views.py file, here is the place to do this. So I'm going to put in, I don't know, for now, just a message and send something like this. Or I'm just going to do it if the request is Ajax. And in other case, well, we can leave an empty JSON response. All right. So this means that we can actually save this views.py file, and we can go to the urls.py file, which we need to create. So let's do this, urls.py inside of the reports application. And by the way, let's also create the utils.py file, utils.py. Okay, so we will come back to the utils py in just a second. For now, let's focus on the URLs py. So we need to import path from Django URLs. Let's bring in path, and from .views we want to import the create report view. Now let's set the app name, and this is going to be reports, and then we can open up the URL patterns, and let's register this view. Okay, so we will have a path, and I'm going to put it as save. All right, and as the next step, let's pass in this function view, create report view, and let's set the name as create report. All right, so let's save this, but we also need to include the reports URL patterns in the main URL pattern list. So let's find our main project folder, reports proj, and here we are going to do basically the same thing that we did with the sales, with one difference. We can't set it as the main path because the main path is already sales. So here let's just put in reports, and then we want to include reports URLs and set the namespace as reports. Okay, so let's go back now to home.js, and here we need to put in the path, so it will be reports and then save. Okay, so if we go to the main project folder, here we have the reports, and in our reports application, in the URLs py file, we have saved. Okay, so this is why we are putting it in the home.js like this. I'm going to save this, and let's take a look at what will happen. So I'm going to refresh, and then I'm going to select from the 19th to the 21 bar chart transaction, no data available. Okay, makes sense. From the 7th, search, add reports. I'm going to put in something over here, save, and we have message sent. All right, so this basically means that our logic works. However, we aren't able to create the objects just yet because we need to take care of this image string. Okay, so yeah, this is what we are going to do in the utils py. So let's go to not sales but reports utils py. All right, so here let's begin from the imports. We want to import base 64 again. Also, let's put in UED, and we also need a content file from Django, and this content file will operate on string contents and bytes. So this is exactly what we need right now. From Django core files, and then base, we want to import this content file. So let's create a function that I'm going to name get report image, something like this. And this will take in some data. Okay, so to be more precise, we are going to send this data over here. This is basically what we are sending. So let's split this on base 64. Okay, so we will have the first part, and this is going to be blank because we won't need it, and then string image. Okay, so here we will put in data split, and we want to split it on base 64. Okay, so this part over here is going to be basically the data, and then image PNG, like something like this. So it will be this part. Okay, and we are interested in this part. So actually, let's call this f as format. Let's take a look at it just to have a proper understanding what's going on. Print, and then f, and print string image, str image. All right, so now what we need to do is save this, and actually in the views.py file, we need to bring in this function. So from .utils, we want to import get report image. Okay, so here I'm going to write another variable emg is equal to get report image, and we are going to pass in image because this is in fact our image data. Let's save this. Let's press save, and let's go to the terminal. And okay, here is our data image, and here is the string that is interesting for us. So we can now go back to the utils.py file and get rid of those prints and continue working with the str image. So I'm going to put it as blank, we don't need this, and we will focus on the string image itself. So I'm going to create another variable decoded emg, all right, and this is going to be base 64 and then b64 decode, and we are going to pass in our string image. And then I'm going to set the image name, and this is going to be str and ued4, and I'm going to limit to 10 characters, and then I'm going to add the format, which is png. Okay, so this is going to be our image name. And finally, let's create a data variable, and here we will use the content file, and let's pass in the decoded image, and let's set the name as the emg name. All right, and finally we just need to return the data. Okay, so now we can save this, and we can actually return to the views.py file. And right now, if we bring in the report model, so let's do it very quickly. From .models, we want to import report. We can now create a report object. So report objects create, and we need to pass in as the name from over here, as the remarks that we got over here, and as the image, not the emg from over here, but this one. So image is equal to emg, and the author is going to be equal to the author from over here. All right. So yeah, let's see if this will actually work. Maybe we did somewhere a mistake, but hopefully not. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to select a date, from date to, search, add report, test report, test report. Let's press save. We have message sent. So if we will go to Django administration, to the reports, we actually see 2 test reports. And why is that? So maybe we've created this one as the sample object. The most important, yeah, we did, because it consists of no image. Okay, now I remember. And if we go to this test report, this one has the image, and if we press on it, we see our chart. Okay, so this is basically this. Okay, so yeah, we are one step closer to finishing this project. However, there's still a lot of things to do, but frankly speaking, I think the most important, the most difficult part is behind us. Okay, so we will finish off over here. This was a pretty long and exhausting video. In the next one, we will add an alert which will be some kind of a confirmation that the report object has been created, or it can be a notification in case of an error. Hi guys, this is Luke from the future, and I just realized while editing this course that I didn't show you a different way how to create objects, and to be more precise, how to create report objects to our database. And we will do this right now with the use of our form that we already created in the forms.py file. So with the use of this report form, which inherits from modal form. Okay, so we can use it to create objects. So over here, what we have is the data coming from the post request. We are processing the image, and then we are getting the profile of the author based on the user that is logged in. And if we take a look at the modals.py file, again, because we did it before, we have the name, image, and this image, as mentioned previously, requires some processing. So we have name and remarks basically coming through the post request. And we don't have the author, and we don't have the proper image. So let's assume that we got all the data. Okay, we got all the data coming from the post request, and this would be extremely easy. We could just get rid of this. I'm just going to comment it out, this as well. And we are assuming that we also would get the author. Then what we could do is to bring in the form. So we need to go to let's go to our forms. From .forms, we want to import report form. So over here, let's instantiate it. Form is equal to report form, and let's pass in request, post, or none. Okay, so what we could do instead of writing this report objects create is to simply put in another if form, and then is valid, and then we could write form save. All right, but this is assuming that we have all the necessary fields required by our report class in order to create an instance. And as we know, we don't meet those requirements because we have an image that requires some processing, and we don't have the author. So what I'm going to do is to actually bring those 3 lines of code. Okay, I'm going to put them maybe closer to each other. And in the if form is valid, I'm going to assign form save to an instance. And inside, I'm going to write commit is equal to false. So commit like this is equal to false. And this basically means that we don't want to save the form just yet. We want to assign to this instance the image to the image field. Okay, so we can write instance image is equal to not this image but this one. Okay, so we are filling out the missing fields right now. All right, and then instance author is going to be equal the author over here. Okay, so here we are putting all the fields necessary, and here we are assigning the missing ones because those 2 we already have through the post request. Okay, so the final step is to write instance save, just like this. And this should work. So let's see if it actually will. I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh. Okay, and let's select a date from, a date to, search. Okay, let's add a report. Let's press save, and we have that the report has been created. Okay, so this is working, and yeah, I just wanted to show you a different way how to create this. And yeah, I hope to see you guys in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's display an alert somewhere, maybe over here. If we have an object created, we will see congratulations, you created a report or something like this. And in case of an error, we will see oops, something went wrong. So if we go back to Visual Studio Code, and if we would open up our home HTML, we can already see that this alert box has been created. So this means we just need to pick it up in our home.js. And let's do it beneath the report form. I'm going to write const alert box, and this is going to be equal document and then get elements by, not name, but get element by ID. And here let's put in this alert box like this. Okay, so as the next step, I'm going to get rid of those console logs, and here I'm going to create a function that I'm going to name handle alerts. Okay, and this function will take in the type and the message that it should display, okay, in the alert. So let's refer to this alert box inner HTML, and let's open up backticks, and then we need to go to alerts. Okay, so last time we picked up this one, and right now it doesn't really matter which one we will pick because we will change the type. So we will change primary, secondary, success, depending on the scenario. On success, we are going to refer to the success, and on error, we will refer to the danger. So let's see how this will work in practice. I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to paste it over here. And it's very important to use backticks, not single quotation marks, because with the use of backticks, we can actually inject the type over here with the use of $sign and curly bracelets. We will have type, and here we will do pretty much the same thing for the message. And right now we can use this handle alerts in the success block. So we will have handle alerts, and the type is going to be success, and the message is going to be, let's make something short, maybe report created. Report created, all right? And then on error, I'm just going to copy this, and here we will have error, no, not error, danger, I think. Danger, okay. Danger. This, and here let's just place oops, something went wrong. Okay, so let's see if this will work. I'm going to refresh. Date from, date to, let's change it to maybe the 19th. Search, add report, test, report to, test, save. We have report created, okay? And then if we go to the reports, we have our test report 2 over here. But then if we would, for example, change something over here in the URL, we would have save like this. And if we would try this one more time, let's search and let's add a report to save, and we have oops, something went wrong. All right, so this is working, and I think we can finish off over here. Let's just change this back to save, and yeah, we will hopefully see each other in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to create 2 views for our reports, the list view and the detail view. So we are going to use class-based views for this, and yeah, in order to get started, let's go to reports to the views.py file, and let's do some imports. So we need the list view and the detail view. So from Django views generic, we want to import the list view and the detail view. Okay, so at the top, let's define the class for the list view first. It's going to be report list view, which inherits from list view, and let's specify the modal. Of course, it's going to be report, and then let's also add the template name, and this is going to be reports, and then main HTML. So we actually need to create a templates folder in the reports application, and then inside of the templates folder we need another one called reports. Okay, so we've taken care of the report list view. Let's do the same thing for the detail view. So here we will have report detail view, and this one will inherit from detail view. Let's set the modal to report, and the template name let's set to reports, and then detail HTML, like this. Okay, so we can go ahead and save this views.py file, and right now we need to go to the urls.py file because we need to register those views. So first of all, I'm going to open a tuple over here, and then I'm going to cut this create view, put it inside, and then I'm going to bring in the not list view itself, but report list view, which we defined, and the report detail view. Okay, so let's put in over here the path, and the main one is going to be related to the report list view as view, and then we will set the name as maybe main. Okay, let's add a comma, and maybe at the bottom let's add another one, and this is going to be for the detail. So here we will need a primary key, and then we can put in report detail view. Where is detail view? Report detail view, okay, as view, and let's set the name as just detail. Okay, so later we will have to add another one for generating the PDFs, but for now this is enough. Let's actually save this, and let's go to reports, and let's create those templates that we've defined in the template name. So we need main HTML and the detail HTML. Okay, so let's create the main HTML first, and let's add the detail HTML next. All right, so both of them will inherit from base HTML. I will put in a block title and a block content. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to put it in the main HTML. So here, let's say, maybe as the title, let's just put in reports, and as the block content, in the block content, let's also put in reports for now. And in the detail HTML, let's put in maybe if we go to the modals.py, let's refer to the name field, okay? So this is a class-based view, so we need to go to the detail HTML, and here let's first put in object, and then name, and here object name, okay? So let's actually see the results, but before, maybe let's go also to the main HTML, add a break line, and use a for loop for obj in object list. Let's just show the obj name, and let's hit break line. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at it. I'm going to head to reports, for statements should have at least 4 words. Okay, so for obj and object list. All right. Sorry about this, guys. And here are our reports. So now if I type 1, we will go to the first object, and this is the first object. And then if I go to 2, we will have 2, and then 3, 3, and 4 will give us page not found. So 1, 2, 3, but we have 4 objects. So let's actually create the get absolute URL and see what is happening. So we need to go to modals.py file, and over here we of course need to import reverse. So let's do it right away. From Django URLs, we want to bring in reverse, and now we can put in the get absolute URL method. URL like this. So this is nothing new, we've already taken care of it. So let's just return reverse, and here we need to now refer to the application name, which is reports, and then the name, which is detail. And as keyword arguments, we want to put in the primary key, because this is exactly what we are expecting in our URLs.py file, and this primary key is going to be self primary key. Okay, so now we can save this. We can go to the main HTML, and here we can write href is equal to, and we will put in the obj get absolute URL. Let's close out the a tag, and now let's fill this out. Obj get absolute URL. So let's save this and let's see how this looks like. Okay, we had 3 objects and this was just the title. Okay, so first, second, and third. If we go to the database, we also see 3 objects. Okay, guys, so I think we can finish off over here. In the next one, we will continue working on those pages. So see you over there. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's continue working on our main page where we see the reports objects. So the first improvement that we can actually do is to have a reverse order, because right now the oldest reports are at the top and the newest are at the bottom. We would like to have a structure like in our Django administration. So here we have the newest at the top, the oldest at the bottom. And this is very easy to do. We just need to go to the modals.py file, and let's add a class meta. And with class meta, let's set the ordering to be equal. We need to open a tuple, and created is like by default. Okay, so if I save this and hit refresh, nothing will change. But if I would add minus created, then we should see those reports in the reverse order. And there we have it. So now it's just like in the Django administration. Alright, so now I'm going to go to our main HTML, and here I'm going to maybe add a horizontal line so we can distinguish the title, and then I'm going to focus on this for loop. So let's begin by adding a div, and this div will have a class equal to, and maybe instead of writing this on our own, we can go to getbootstrap.com and type card, and let's find the proper one. So I think this one, yeah, I think I'm going to select the first one, and I'm going to add some adjustments over here. So let's copy this card, or we can press the button to copy to clipboard, and let's paste it over here. Alright, so as mentioned before, let's do some adjustments. So here we are going to have a card, and let's also add a margin bottom 3, so those cards won't stick to each other. And I'm going to get rid of this style width. Okay, and then we will have this emg src, and here actually let's do an if check. So I'm going to write if obj emg, not emg but image. Let's get rid of this else statement, and let's bring in this line of code. So here we are going to have obj image URL, okay, and as alt, let's just maybe put in obj name. All right, so this is for the image, and now we can focus on the card body. So here we will have card title, so this is going to be basically the obj name, the name of our report. Then we will have this card text, which we can use for the remarks. So let's put in obj remarks. However, if the remarks are going to be extremely long, let's put truncate words to words, not word, truncate words to, and we will see the result in just a second. Okay, and then we should see this href. So I'm going to put it over here. And let's add the class, so it will look like a button. And let's say btn, let's make it blue, btn primary. And then instead of obj name, we will just put in the details like this. All right, and later we will have another one, and I'm just going to copy this one and put it below, because here we are going to have a button for generating PDFs. So I'm going to put empty quotation marks. Here I'm going to add quotation marks. And this is going to be btn danger, and instead of the details we will see PDF. Okay, so let's see what is going to be the output. We can get rid of this break line because right now we have margin bottom 3. So let's save this. Let's go to our reports main page, hit refresh. And there we have it, okay? So we have reports, details, and PDF, okay? So the first one that was created as a sample at one of the first videos didn't consist of an image. That's why we don't see the image. And these ones already have an image. So if we go to the details, let's see if this is working. Yes, it is. And basically we can finish this part over here. In the next one, we will take care of this detail page. Okay, so see you guys over there. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video we will work on the report page, and I just wanted to return to the main page because I forgot to explain what does the truncate words do. So right now if we have 2 words, then instead of the third, fourth, and so on, we just see those 3 dots, okay? Because we've set truncate words as 2. If we would set it as 1 and save it and hit refresh, we would see after first word 3 dots, okay? So I've just put here 2, and yeah, this is the first thing that I wanted to cover. And now we can go to the details page and focus on doing some work over here. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code, to the reports application, and to the reports page. We need to focus on the block content. So I'm going to delete this object name, and instead I'm going to write an if check. if object image. All right, I'm going to get rid of this else, and then I'm going to put in an emg src, which is going to be equal object image URL, and I'm going to put it in quotation marks. And then I'm going to set a class as emg fluid, and as alt I'm going to set the object name, like this. Okay, so this is in case if we have an image. Then I'm going to add a break line, and let's use h3 tags in order to put in remarks. Okay, so this is going to be the remarks section, and here let's put in paragraph the object remarks, like this, and let's close off the p tag. Okay, so let's also maybe add a horizontal line, and here let's open up another p tag, let's close it, and let's put in author, and then we are going to refer to the author itself. So this is going to be object author username. Okay, let's make this bolded. All right, and then I'm going to copy this, and below I'm going to put in created, and this is going to be object and created. Okay, so let's see how this will work. I'm going to hit refresh, and there we have it. Okay, so if we go to the main page, let's go to the details, okay, and to the details. All right, everything seems to be working, so we can finish off over here, and I think in the next one we will start working on our PDFs. So see you guys over there. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's generate a sample PDF, and we will be using for this XHTML to PDF, and this is exactly what I typed in Google, and this package has been already installed by us when setting up the project. So let's go to usage, and here we will find different usage options, and we need to search for the one with Django, and then we will have the link callback function, which we won't be using. However, if for some reasons you won't see the images, maybe it's worth considering bringing this link callback function into, for example, utils.py file, and then putting it over here. So bringing it to the views, and then putting it over here in the pizza status where we create the PDF. Okay, but yeah, I think it should work without it. So I'm going to copy this render PDF view, and I'm going to put it inside of the reports application in the views.py file at the bottom. All right, so before we make any adjustments over here, let's do some imports. We will need to import pizza, get template, HTTP response, and settings. So let's copy those 4 imports, and let's bring them in line 8 to 11. All right, so as the next step, let's take a look at this render PDF view. So here we need to provide the template. So let's do this right away. Let's go to templates, reports. Let's create the PDF HTML. Okay, and then as the next step, I'm going to go to the blog. So here we have the, from here we got the base HTML, and now the PDF HTML is available. So I'm going to copy this, and we will fill it out a little bit later. For now, let's save this, and in the views.py file, we need to provide the template path. So in our case, it's going to be reports, reports, and then PDF HTML. So here we have context, so what we are passing to the template. So in the PDF HTML, we can actually grab this myvar and let's put it in the body, okay? myvar, like this. Let's save it and let's return to the views PY. Here we have a creation of a Django response object, and we are specifying the content type as PDF. Then we are finding the template and rendering it. We are creating a PDF over here, and then if error, we are showing some funny view. All right. So yeah, we will adjust this still a little bit later because there are a few things that we need to change in order to actually see the reports as we see them on our detail page. Okay, so as we see them over here. But now let's just focus on displaying this myvar. So this is your template context. All right, so we need to go to the URLs PY. We need to bring in this render PDF view, and I'm going to put it over here. Okay, so let's put PDF and then render PDF view, and then we will have not create report but the name as PDF. Okay, so let's save this. And let's just be sure that we saved the views PY file. No, we didn't, so I'm going to do it right now. And I'm going to go to reports and then PDF. And name link callback is not defined because, as mentioned before, we won't be using it. So in the views PY file, let's get rid of this link callback. Let's save this and let's hit refresh one more time. And we've downloaded the report PDF. Let's open it, and this is your template context. Okay, so maybe if I make this bigger, you can precisely see what do we have over here, but I would not want this to be downloadable. Okay, I would like to see it in the browser. So if we take a look at this particular line of code, this is for downloading. So let's add a comment. If download, okay, we would like to go with this option. All right, and I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to put it below, but first I'm going to add a comment. If display, we want to basically have the same thing instead of this attachment. So I'm going to get rid of the attachment and I'm just going to leave the file name in a string, and I'm going to comment this out, save this, and also maybe let's change my var to hello world from PDF, and let's set the key to hello. Let's save this, let's go to PDF HTML, and let's put in hello over here. Now let's save this and let's go to PDF. And there is our PDF file. So if I make this bigger, you can see that we have hello world from PDF. All right, guys. So as in the next video, we actually need to think about generating those PDFs for particular report objects and displaying the details as we did on our detail page. Okay, so this is what we will do in the next video. Have a great day and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's actually create the report, PDF report based on the report object. All right, so in order to get started, we need to do a couple of adjustments. First of all, I'm going to pass a primary key to this view. So this is how we are going to get the proper object, by the primary key. And this means we need to make an update in the URLs PY. I'm going to cut this path for the PDF. I'm going to paste it below, And here we are going to have this primary key. I'm going to put it in front of the PDF. Okay, so this is the first thing to do. I'm going to save this and return to the views.py file. Now that we have the primary key, we can actually get the object. All right, so let's put in obj is equal to, and then let's put in report objects get, where the ID is equal to the PK. All right, or primary key is equal to PK. So we can do it like this, or we can go to the top and bring in get object or 404. And here, instead of writing reports object get PK is equal to PK, we can put in get object or 404, pass in the report, and set the PK as PK. All right, so as the next step, let's pass in this object. So obj is going to be set as obj. And now let's save this. Let's go to the PDF HTML and let's put in here obj name. All right, let's save this, and let's also go to the main HTML, because right now we need to update this path, and we will do it with the use of URL. So let's put in URL, and then we need to refer to reports and to the name PDF. And we also need to pass in the primary key. We are in a loop, so we can do it with obj.pk. And this should actually work. So let's find out. I'm going to save this. Let's go to the main page. Okay, let's go to PDF, and there it is. Okay, test report 2. Let me make this bigger. Okay, and then if we would go to this one, we should see test report. And in fact, we can see test report. All right, so now it's time to work on the template. So let's go to PDF HTML, and yeah, we will have maybe the obj name in h1 tag. So let's close it off over here. Then let's add maybe a horizontal line, and as the next step, let's display the image. So img src, and here we need to be careful because we need to put in obj image, not URL but path. Okay, and then we will have a class which we will define in the styles. So if we want to define some classes, this is how we should do it. So we need to do it directly inside the template in those style blocks. So let's write image, and here I'm going to set the width to 100%. All right, and then I'm going to specify the height. So the height is going to be auto. Okay, and also we missed the title, so let's put in PDF and then maybe obj name. Okay, so right now we can put in this image class over here, and as the next step, let's add a break line. Let's put in remarks in h3, remarks like this. Okay, and here we just need to put in maybe in a paragraph obj remarks, and let's close it off. And let's add maybe another horizontal line, and then we will have the author. Okay, author, and here let's add b tags. So this will be bolded, and here we can refer to obj and then author user name. All right, and let's copy this. Actually, we need to close off the p, and now let's copy this, and let's do the same thing for the created. So let's put in created and then obj created. So let's save this, let's refresh, and there it is. Okay, so this is working. we have the test report, horizontal line, the image, then we have remarks, and then the actual remarks, the author, and the created. Okay, so if we go to test report 2, those charts are the same, but if we go to test report 2, we will see the report for test report 2. Okay, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, we will start working on our dropzone.js. So the idea is to select a CSV file, simply drag and drop it into the dropzone, and based on the content of that CSV file, new sales objects will get created. So yeah, let's bring back, first of all, maybe the favorite icon, and then the dropzone.js, because we will get those dropzone CSS and dropzone.js file, but also we will generate the favorite icon. All right, so I'm going to save the base HTML, and right now I'm at dropzone.js.com. But before we actually do anything over here, let's go to favorite icon IO and select text to icon. All right, and over here we can play around a little bit. So I'm just going to put in array as reports app. All right, so here is the preview. You can play around and adjust the colors, but I think I'm going to stay with these one that we see over here. They are looking kind of nice, so I'm going to press download, and right now I'm going to open up the favorite icon zip, and I'm going to select the favorite icon, and I'm going to drag and drop it on the desktop just for now. And then I'm going to head over to dropzone.js, and here we also need to get some files. So we need to find the installations section and then download the standalone dropzone.js and include it like this. So this is already done in our base HTML file. So again, we need to open up the dropzone.js, and here we need to go to dist and select the dropzone CSS and dropzone.js. Okay, so I'm going to simply drag and drop those also into the desktop. Okay, all right, so this basically means that we can close this, we can actually get rid of it, and we can jump into our virtual environment directory. Let's go to source, let's go to static, and let's put in those files that we got. All right, so now we have style CSS, our favorite icon, dropzone CSS, and dropzone.js. All right, so yeah, let's simply see what do we have, how the favorite icon is looking. If we go to our page, press Command-Shift-R, and here is the favorite icon. All right, so this is working, and hopefully the dropzone will be working as well. We will find out in the next video. So see you guys over there. Alright guys, let's proceed with the installation of our dropzone. So actually what we need to do is to create a view where we are going to put in our dropzone.js. So in order to do this, I'm going to jump into the reports application folder, into the views.py file, and this time let's maybe use a class-based view for this, and this is going to be the template view. Okay, so we can define a class maybe somewhere over here. Let's call this upload template view, which inherits from template view. Okay, and here we just need to specify the template name. So I'm going to put in template name is equal to, and then I'm going to refer to the reports application, and I'm going to name it from file HTML. All right, so let's save this, and now let's go to the URLs.py file, because we actually need to include this this view in the URL patterns. We need to register it. Okay, so in order to begin, I'm going to just bring it in. So we need to go to our dot views, and from here we want to import this upload template view, and let's add it maybe beneath the save. So I've copied this line of code, I've pasted it, and here we will have not save but maybe from file, and this is going to be upload template view and then as view, and the name is going to be from file. Okay, and maybe let's create another view very quickly for the upload to take place, because in this one we are just going to display the dropzone.js, but we need another view for taking care of the logic of analyzing the file, of reading the file, and creating the sales objects out of the records that belong to the file that we are going to upload. So I'm just going to jump very quickly back into the views.py file, and beneath the upload template view, I'm going to create a function view this time. And here I'm going to put in CSV, and let's call it upload view, CSV upload view. It makes sense, I think. Let's put in a request. And for now, what I'm going to do is to return a simple HTTP response. Okay? So we can now save this and register the CSV upload view. So let's go back to URLs. Let's put in this CSV upload view in our import tuple, and then I'm going to put it maybe somewhere beneath the save again. This time I'm going to call the path upload, and here we will have CSV upload view, and the name I'm going to set to upload. All right, so now we can focus on this particular path. What we need to do is to actually create this from file HTML that we defined in the views.py file. So in this upload template view, we've set the template name. So we actually need to create from file HTML, and let's do it very quickly in the reports directory of the templates folder. So here let's create from file HTML, and this will of course inherit from base HTML. So extends base HTML. Okay, so this is the first thing that we wanted to do. As the next step, let's open up the block scripts. So we are going to create a separate JS file for this, and in order to do this, actually we need to load static. In order to refer to this separate JS file, we need to load static. Okay. So here we will have the block scripts. We will return to this section in just a second, and then let's open up the block title. Here I'm just going to put in upload sales files, and then we will have the block content, and let's open up maybe h5 tags, and let's add something like upload your sales documents. Okay, let's add a break line, and then what we need to do is to go to the documentation, and we need to bring in this piece of code. So the form action file upload class dropzone, we will have a div class fallback, and then the input name file, type file, and multiple. Okay, so we basically need to copy this and put it beneath the break line. Okay, so now let's do a few adjustments. So over here we don't need this action. I'm going to explain why in just a little bit later. And then let's set an ID. for this form. I'm going to call it my dropzone like this. And then we will have the class fallback. Here, basically, nothing changed, but we will add a CSRF token over here, okay, at the top above the fallback. All right, so now we need to refer to the block scripts. So let's put in script src is equal to, and then let's open up those quotation marks. Let's put in static, and here we will put in reports and then upload JS. Okay, so I'm going to close off this script, and let's also not forget to add defer, and I'm going to close off this script over here, and then I'm actually going to create this upload JS. So let's save this. We need to go to reports. Here let's create static folder, static. Inside let's place in reports, and in the reports we want to create this upload.js like this. All right, so as the next step, let's go to the settings py file. So we need to just to update our static files dirs, and when you look at the static files dirs and you have many applications, you can precisely see where do you keep your static files. Okay, so which applications use the static files. So here I'm going to put in reports and then static. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. And yeah, right now what we need to do is to see how this looks in practice. So let's go to this path that we defined in the reports application in the URLs py from file. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to head over to our page, and I'm going to put in from file, and we have page not found, and this is because we need to put in reports at the front. Okay, so the main path is sales, and yeah, in case of reports we need to put in reports first and then from file. And here is our drop zone. So it's not looking the way we saw in the dropzone.js instruction, in the documentation. All right, yeah, if we right click inspect, we have an error over here, oncut error, no URL, dropzone.js provided. And yeah, basically we'll need to fix this, and this is something that we will do in the next one. So hope to see you guys over there. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, so let's continue working on our dropzone.js. So we need to go to upload.js, and let's take care of this error with no URL provided. So what I'm going to do first is to grab the CSRF middleware token. This is going to be CSRF, and then let's do document get elements by name, yeah. And let's pass in CSRF middleware token. Let's also add 0 value, so let's get the token itself, and then let's just see if we got the token or not. CSRF. Let's save this, and let's hit refresh, and we have null. Okay, so there's an issue actually. CSRF middleware token, and okay, here we have node value, so by accident I got not the value but the node value, so I'm going to save this and press Command-Shift-R, and there is the token. All right, so let's continue. I'm going to get rid of this CSRF console log, and now we need to disable auto discover, because otherwise we will get some kind of an error that the drop zone is already attached. So I'm going to write down drop zone, and then auto discover, discover with capital D and set it to false. Okay, and then let's create a const which I'm going to name mine dropzone, like this, and this is going to be equal to the new dropzone. And here we need to pass in the ID with the hashtag. So the ID, if we go to from file HTML, was my dropzone. So let's copy this and let's put it to the upload.js. Okay, and then we need to define a couple of things, among others the URL, and hopefully when we do this, the error that we see over here will disappear. So let's put an upload, and then comma, and then let's put an init. And this is going to be a pretty important block because we need to send also the CSRF token. So we can write this on, and here let's refer to the sending event, and let's put in a function that will take in the file itself, the XHR, and the form data. And to the form data we are going to simply add the CSRF token. Okay, so let's actually maybe console log that here we are sending, and let's put in form data and then append, and we want to refer to the CSRF middleware token, and we need to pass in the CSRF token itself that we defined over here. And this would be the place where you could also add, for example, the ID of the sale object, if, for example, those documents that we are going to upload would be referring to a particular sales object. So we know that our reports, if we take a look at the structure, aren't referring to the sale object, okay? They are independent. But if we would have a situation that the reports would be referring to a particular sale object, over here would be the great place to put in the ID of that sale object, okay? So let's continue working on this, and let's specify the max files to upload. So here I'm going to put in 2 or maybe 3. Max file size. So max file size will be, for example, 3 megabytes. And then we need to also specify the accepted files. And here I'm going to put in just the CSV itself. All right, so let's see if we actually save this, will the error disappear? I'm going to hit refresh, and it's gone, and the drop zone is now looking a little bit better, okay? But still we don't see it styled nicely. So what we are going to do is to actually create our own styles for the drop zone, and we are going to do it in the style CSS. So let's go to style CSS, and over here we are going to define a new class, DZ as drop zone, and I'm going to set the border style as dashed. Then I'm going to set the border radius, there it is, for 5 pixels, and the border color will be DDD, and let's set the transition to half a second. All right, and then let's specify what will happen on hover. So the background color will change. So let's put in background color, and let's put in F5, 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 like this. All right, so now we need to save this and return to the from file HTML, and then to this class where we have drop zone, we need to add DZ. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. Okay, maybe we need to clear the cache, Command Shift R, and there it is. Okay, so now we have a nice looking drop zone, And yeah, we will continue working on this project in the next video. So hope to see you guys over there. Have a great day. Bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to continue working on our drop zone, but first let's take a look at a file, a CSV file that I created. And here we have just the transaction ID, the product, the quantity. We don't see the price because the price is in the system. And then we have the customer and the date. So basically the rows are positions, and right now we need to create sales objects out of them with the use of the drag and drop functionality. So if we drag this file to the bottom of the page and then drag and drop it into the drop zone, we will actually see an error. So we have 404 not found, so this path isn't correct. Let's fix this. Let's go to URLs, and okay, we have upload over here. So in the upload.js, we forgot to put in reports like this. Okay, so now this shouldn't be the problem. Let's drag and drop it one more time, and we have sending. Okay, so if we would go to the views.py file and access this CSV upload view, and here we would print something. Let's say file is being sent, something like this. Let's save it. Let's hit refresh one more time, and let's drag and drop it. We have sending, and then if we will go to the terminal, we have file is being sent. All right. So what we need to do is to simply write a little bit more logic to it in order to save those records that we see over here in the database. Okay. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and over here in the CSV upload view in the reports application in the views.py file, as mentioned before, we need to handle just a little bit more logic. And the first thing is to check if we are dealing with a post request. So if request method is equal to post, okay, so in this case what we want to do is to grab the CSV file. So we can set a variable CSV file, and this is going to be request files, not post, but request files, and then get, and we want to get the file. So in our form, in the from file HTML, we have this input with the name file. Okay, so here we are grabbing this file, and based on this file we can actually create a CSV object. So what I'm going to do is to bring in some imports. We need to go to the sales modal, sales modals, and we want to import the sale, the position, and for now what is the most important thing, the CSV. So we will use sale and position a little bit later, but for now we need to focus on CSV. So having this file, we can actually create the CSV object. So CSV objects and then create, and then we need to refer to the file name. So this is one of the fields in the CSV model, and we can set this file name as the CSV file. So if we would store this in obj, in a variable obj, we could basically in a very easy way open it up, and we can refer to the obj of file name, and we need to access the path in order to open this particular object with its file. So let's do this with open, and then we need to pass in, as mentioned before, obj file name and then path, and we want to open it in read mode. Let's put in sf, and as the next step let's set the reader. So in order to do this we actually need to import CSV, okay. So here we will have CSV reader, and we need to pass in f. Okay, so now we can write a for loop for row in reader, not request but reader. All right, so we can print the row and the type row. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we will have. So I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to drag and drop this file. And there are the results. So this is a list. And yeah, over here we have the rows. So starting from the first one, we actually see the columns. Okay, so this is the first problem. And then the second problem is that we need to perform some processing because this is a list, and well, we need some additional processing in order to get those elements separated and stored in different variables. Okay, so yeah, without further ado, let's get started on this. So let's go to the reader, and below let's write reader and then dot next. And this way we will skip the first row. Okay, so we will basically skip this row and focus on the columns that we see over here. All right, so let's actually save this, and yeah, let's try it out. So over here we see those not columns, but we see this row with the column titles. Okay, and right now if we drag and drop this position, actually let's refresh the page. And let's do it one more time. Okay, now as you can see, we don't have the column titles in a list. Okay, so as the next step, let's create a string out of each row. All right, so in order to do this, I'm going to set a variable data, and this is going to be equal in join, and I'm going to pass in the row. Let's print now the data and the type data. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. Okay. And let's take a look at the results. Okay, so below we have a string. Okay, so now we can put those elements back into the list. So in order to do this, what I'm going to do is to write data again, and this is going to be data split, and we want to split on this marker over here that we see. Okay, so let's print the data one more time, and let's print the type data. Let's save this. Let's refresh. Okay, so now what do we see? First we have maybe let's start from the top. So here we have the list, then we have the string, and then we have another list. And here we need to focus basically right now on the last part, because this is the format that we expected. Okay, we have a nice list with items. But here we have a column that is empty. So this is basically this part. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to simply write data pop, and then I'm going to print the data one more time. Let's save this. Let's refresh. Okay, let's drag and drop it. And if we take a look at the results, as you can see over here, we have this empty field, and now we don't have it. Okay, so this is basically working, and it's time to store these items in separate variables. Okay, so here we have the transaction ID, here we have the product, here we have the quantity, here we have the customer, and here we have the date. So let's do this. So the transaction ID is going to be equal, and then data 1. Okay, so this is going to be, this is 0, this is just a number. Okay, so just a, let's call it a table ID, and we need to focus on the transaction ID. Okay, so the second one is going to be the product. So here we have data1, and then let's go to product, and this is going to be equal data2. All right. And then what do we have next? This is the product second, then we have the quantity. Okay, so here we are going to put in quantity, and this is going to be an integer, so let's put int data3 like this. Okay, so as the next step we will have the customer. So let's write customer is equal to, and then data5. Okay, and finally we will have the date, because we don't need the price. The price is going to be calculated automatically. The prices are in the system, and here it's date, not data, and data 6, but also let's parse this date. Okay, so we need to do an import. Let's go to the top, and maybe somewhere over here, let's go to from Django utils date parse. Okay, let's import parse date. Okay, so now where is it? There it is. Let's wrap this data with parse date. Parse date. Okay, so basically we have everything in order to create objects, but this is another step that we need to take, and we will do it in the next video. So this is another logic to write. We still need to provide a few lines of code, and as mentioned before, we will take care of this in the next video. So let's save the views.py file and see you soon. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's continue working with our logic that we've written. So the first thing that I wanted to fix over here is that the fact that I skipped one number. So I skipped 4. So if we take a look at the table, so we have 0, 1, 2, 3. The customer should be 4 and the date should be 5. So let's fix this very quickly. Customer should be 4 and the date should be 5. Okay, so the next thing is to get rid of those prints. We don't need them anymore. Okay, where are the prints? Here and here. So let's just get rid of them. And also I just want to mention that if we go to the administration, to the CSVs, over here we already have the objects that we created. Okay, so let's go back to our Visual Studio Code and let's continue working on this logic. So as the next step, what I'm going to do is to bring in the product. So from products modals, we want to import product, because right now we are going to try to get the product by the name. So here in the product variable, in fact, we have the product name. So let's try to get it. Okay, so we are going to stay in the for loop, and here I'm going to write try, and let's write product obj is equal to product and then objects, and let's write get, where the name of the product is going to be the product. All right, and below let's add an exception, except product does not exist, and then we will set the product obj to none, and then below let's print the product obj, and let's see if we will be able to get the product object. If we will be, we will see the string representation in the terminal. So the string representation is okay, I opened the wrong modal.py file. The string representation is self name and self created, formatted into the date. So let's take a look. Let's go back just to the views.py file in the reports. Let's save this file and let's hit refresh over here. Okay, let's grab the file, drag and drop it, and let's take a look. we see none. Okay, so this is a problem because if we print out instead of the product obj the product itself, let's save this, let's refresh, and let's drag and drop it one more time, we will see that the products over here are in capital letter. However, if we will go to products, over here we can see that they are in small letters. So if I would add an S and press save to the smartphone, and let's print out again the product obj, we should actually see the smartphone. So how many smartphones do we have? We have one smartphone. Okay, so let's actually save the views.py file, and then let's try this out. Let's drag and drop it. Okay, and there it is. Okay, so here is smartphone and the rest is none. So what we can do over here is just to write I exact, and right now we shouldn't have a problem in terms of case sensitivity. Okay, it won't matter if we have an uppercase, lowercase, capital letter, and stuff like that. Okay, so let's save this, and we are still printing the product obj. So I'm going to refresh the page, and there are our products. So this was the first step, and as the next one, let's get rid of this print product obj, and instead let's write if product obj is not none. So if we will actually have the product, we will be able to maybe grab the customer as the next step, because over here we are referring to the product, and we are doing this if check because if we go to the product one more time, over here we have the price. So this is the price in the system. Without the price, it will be difficult for us to calculate the income. So this is the assumption that we are making in this project. However, if we will have, like over here, the smartwatch, which isn't in our system, we will basically skip this particular row. So this is what we are doing over here. If the product obj is not none, then we are going to continue working on our logic, and only then we are going to get, among others, the customer obj. And here, let's actually use the get or create method. So this will be something new, so we can write customer, and we actually need to import the customer first. So we will return to this get or create method shortly, but for now, let's write from customers modals. We want to import the customer. And here we are just going to write customer obj, and this is the created. So I'll return to this in a second. So let's just write customer objects get or create, okay, where we are going to set the name as the customer. So we are going to assign to the field name the customer that we get from over here. And this will give us the customer object and the created. So this is going to be true or false. If we are going to create customer objects, because as you can see over here, with this method we can get or create an object. So if we are creating, this created will be true, and if we are getting, it will be false. Okay, so if we are getting, this means that it already exists, and this is why it's going to be false. So I've put an underscore because we don't need it over here. We won't be doing any additional logic to the created. Usually, if we would, for us this created would be important, we would simply put in created, okay, or any other name of the variable. But it's not important, so I'm just going to put in the underscore. So we are going to get the customer or create it. So we have the test customer, but we don't have the new customer and the ABC. So if we go to customers, here is our test customer, and then adding this logic over here, we are going to also create the customer which we don't have in our system. Okay, so we can actually take a look if this will work or not. So I'm going to save this, and let's go to the reports application. Let's refresh, let's drag and drop, and then let's go to customers, refresh, and we have new customer and ABC. All right, so this is for the customer. The next step will be to actually grab the salesman. So let's take a look at the imports. We already imported profile, so we can write the salesman obj is equal to, and then profile objects get, and we want to get it by the user, which is equal to the request.user. Okay, and also let's not forget about the position. So let's put in position obj is equal to position objects, and here we need to create this obj. So what we need to pass is the product, then we need to pass in the quantity and the created. All right, so let's begin from the product. So we are referring to the product field, and we are passing the product obj, and we need to do the same thing for quantity. We have a field quantity, and we are passing the quantity from over here, and then as created, we are passing the date. Okay, so now we have customer, salesman, and the position. So now it's actually time to refer to the sale object. So let's write sale obj maybe, and so that let's stick to the syntax, and this is going to be sale objects, and let's also use get or create. So again, we won't be needing this created, so let's write sales objects create, get or create. And here we need to pass in the transaction ID. So let's assign to the field transaction ID the transaction ID. Then let's go to the customer, and we will assign to the customer field the customer obj. The salesman will be the salesman obj, and we'll also need the created. So this will be the date. Okay, so here we will have the sale object with the get or create method, and as the next step, we actually need to refer to the sale object positions and simply add this position obj. So let's write sale obj positions, okay, and add this position obj, okay, and then let's write sale obj.save. And if we didn't make any mistakes, this should work. So let's find out. Okay, so we don't have any sales. Let's get rid of the positions. Let's have a clean database. Let's refresh, and I'm going to drag and drop this, and then let's go to the sales, and here are the sale objects, okay? And as you can see, we have updated positions, and the transactions ID are over here. So let's take a look at some positions, and everything seems to be actually working. Okay, so this means that if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sales, over here is the calculation, and then we have 7 positions. Let's see what will happen if we hit refresh and then try to load it one more time. So let's hit refresh, and now we have 14 positions, but the sales will remain the same. Okay, so this means for us that we need to have some kind of a system for preventing uploading the same document twice. All right. And yeah, we will do this in the next videos, but for now, let's go to the project's main path. And let's see what we will have over here. Okay, everything seems to be working. Okay, so we can change the chart. Wonderful. Let's do it by the sales date. And this is also working. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So right now we have a problem when we go to reports and then from file to our drop zone, because mainly we can upload multiple times the same file and the position based on this file will get created. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to simply get rid of all the sales objects, and then I'm going to get rid of all the position objects, and also I'm going to get rid of the CSV objects. Okay. All right, so now what we need to do is to go to modals py file, and not in the reports application, but we need to find the sales application, and we are going to do some modifications. So if we go to CSVs, let's get rid of this activated. Actually, we won't need it, but we will modify the file name. So I'm just going to copy this and put it at the top. So this is going to be the file name, but this won't be models file field, but instead I'm going to put in char field with the max length equal to 120. And this is going to be not the file name, but the CSV file. Okay, I'm going to add to both null is equal to true. And let's go to the terminal. Let's save this CSV and let's go to the terminal, quit the server from running, Python manage py, make migrations. All right, and Python manage py migrate, and Python manage py run server. Okay, so let's wait a second, and now we can go back to the views py file. So over here we'll do some changes as well. We just need to find the proper view, and we need to go to the reports actually. Reports application, views py file. All right, so let's go to the top, and here we have the CSV file. So we can actually leave this as it is, but let's copy this. And at the top, we are going to put in the CSV file name. And this is going to be request files get and then .name. So this is going to be the original name of the file, not modified by Django. And here we will have our file. And now we can actually perform a get and create with the created as mandatory. So we will finally have an advantage of this created. So this is going to be CSV objects get or create, and here we will refer to the file name, but to this field we are not passing CSV file anymore, but CSV file name, just like this. And then below we can write an if check, if created, like this. Then we are going to execute everything that we defined over here. Okay. And then we need one more thing to change. Mainly, this is, we no longer have a file name. Do we have a file name? In the sales, let me just verify. Okay, we have a file name, but we should refer to the CSV file. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go back to the views in the reports application. So we don't no longer refer to the file name, but to the CSV file. Okay, so this is going to be obj CSV file path. and let's see if this will actually help us out. So yeah, let's go to our application. Let's hit refresh. Let's drag and drop this. And we have some error. CSV file attribute has no file associated with it. I'm going to press Command-Shift-R. Let's do it one more time. And there it is. Okay, so we cleared the cache and everything seemed to work. So let's hit enter. Here is our CSV file. And then if we go to the positions, we don't see anything. So this didn't work actually. Okay, CSVs. We have CSV file, but we weren't able to save the CSV. Okay, and this is because in the if created, we forgot about one very important step. Mainly, we need to write obj, and so we need to refer to this obj right now. Okay, and then CSV file, and we need to assign to the CSV file field the CSV file. So this is one thing that we missed. And here, let's just write obj save. So let's save this, and yeah, let's hit refresh, and let's drag and drop this file. So if we go to positions, we don't see any positions, and this is because we have this CSV file created. So if I delete it and then hit refresh one more time, let me do it one more time. Okay, so right now let's refresh. We have this CSV, and then we have the positions, and we should have the sales. Exactly. Okay, so now let's simply drag and drop it one more time. All right, but then if we refresh, nothing changed. Okay, and then if we go to sales, nothing changed. So this is exactly what we wanted to accomplish. All right, guys, so let's finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next one. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's add some notifications for two cases. The first one is that the CSV file does not exist, and we will simply upload it and process the data that it consists of. And in the other case, we will have a situation where we will display a red alert saying that, hey, your file has been uploaded before and it hasn't been processed again. All right, so in order to do this, we need to go to the views.py file of our reports application, and let's just be sure that we've imported JSON response. Okay, so now we can go over here if product obj is not none. All right, so here we can return a JSON response, and I'm going to set a key to X, and here I'm going to set it to false. Okay, so over here, this file didn't exist in this case. So if it went this path, the file didn't exist before. And then we need to go to if created to this line. And here we will do an else. And here we are going to return a JSON response. And here I'm going to set an X as true. True, like this. All right, so now we can go ahead and save this, and we need to jump into the upload.js. So over here, we have reference to what happens on sending, and then we'll need to do this on and success. So on success, we will also have a function, and here we will pass in the file and also the response, like this. So over here, what we need to do is to simply maybe console log the response first, so we can see what is going to happen. Console log response. Let's go ahead and save this, and let's see if this will work. I'm going to hit refresh, and I'm going to drag and drop the file, and we have exists true. So if we go to the views UI file, it went this path. Okay, so it did exist. So yeah, in this case, let's go to our from file HTML, and maybe somewhere over here, let's add a div with an ID equal to alert box. Let's close off this div. Okay, let's save this, and in the upload.js, let's grab this element. So here we will have const alert box is equal to document, and then get element by ID, by ID, like this, and let's pass in the alert box. And over here, let's go now to this block, and here we will have a const x that is equal to response, and then x, like this, and we can write if x. Okay, then we will have then we will show an alert, and in another case we will show a different type of alert. So over here we could use the handle alerts function, but let's just do it without it. Let's just make this happen without it. So alert box inner HTML is equal to, and then we can copy this, paste it over here, and now we need to go to the alerts. So we will be interested in the green one and in the red one. So I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to use backticks, and over here let's change this text to your actually this is the case where it should be not success but danger. So here let's put in danger, and let's put in file already exists like this. Okay, and here we can paste the div again with the use case with the backticks, and here we can put in your file has been uploaded, like this. So let's go ahead and save this file, and let's see if this will work or not. So I'm going to hit refresh. Let's drag and drop it, and we have file already exists. So let's get rid of the CSV file. Let's get rid of the positions. And let's go to sales as well, delete the sales objects. Okay, and let's try it one more time. And your file has been uploaded. All right, guys, so this is basically working. We can go back and find our home.js. I think over here we have this handle alerts function. We could make this handle alerts a global function linked up to the base HTML, but yeah, let's just copy it and put it into the upload.js over here. Let's do it at the top, and right now we can actually get rid of this and get rid of this. Okay, so here we can put in handle alerts. We will need to pass in danger, and here let's put in file already exists, and below let's put in your file has been uploaded. Okay, so let's save this. Hi guys, this is Luke from the future, and I just finished recording the last video in this course, and I noticed a mistake. So over here in our CSV upload view, we had this return JSON over here. Okay, so after the first iteration, we would return the JSON response. So we need to bring it on the same level that we have our for loop. Okay, so this is one fix. And then if we would go to the upload.js, let's do it directly over here. Let's console log the response x so we can actually see what it is. and then if response X, let's put in handle alerts danger, file already exists, and then handle alerts, and here we need to change to success, okay, because I didn't change it. It was danger. So here, remember to change it to success, and then your file has been uploaded. All right, guys, so this is it. And yeah, hope to see you in the next one. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's do something a little bit simpler. Let's create our profile view also with the purpose of updating it. So in order to do this, we need to jump into the profiles application folder to the views.py file. And over here, let's begin from the imports. So first of all, I'm going to import from .modals our profile model, and then we will need actually a form. So we need to create a new file over here. I'm going to call it forms.py. And from Django, we want to import forms, and also let's bring in the profile model. So from .modals, we want to import profile. And here let's define a class profile form, which inherits from not modals but forms.modal form. And with the class meta, we are going to indicate the model. All right, so the model is going to be the profile, of course, and then we need to define the fields, or in our case, it will be better to use exclude like this. And here we just need to define what fields do we want to exclude. So if we go to the modals, this is going to be set automatically. Avatar, we want the bio, so we just want to exclude the user. So let's put in user and then comma, and let's save this, and let's go back to the views.py file where we actually now need to import this form. From .forms, we want to import the profile form, and let's create our view. I'm going to call it my profile view, which will take in a request, and then we will return render. We need to pass in the request. Then let's put in a path to the template. So it's going to be profiles and then main HTML. And let's put in an empty dictionary. Actually, let's put in context, and let's create this context dictionary over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. And yeah, right now, let's create this main HTML. So we need to go to the profiles, and here let's put in templates, and let's put in the profiles again, and inside let's put in main HTML. All right, so as the next step, let's create the urls.py file in order to register this view. So urls.py, and here let's begin from the import. So from Django URLs, we want to import path. Okay, and then from .views, we want to import my profile view. App name is going to be set as profiles, and then let's open up the URL patterns list. And here, what I'm going to do is to only put a path with maybe my, or I'm going to leave it empty. And so this is going to be the main path, and here I'm just going to put in the my profile view, and the name is going to be my, like this. All right, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's put this URL patterns list, let's include this URL patterns list in the main project folder. So let's jump into the reports proj urls.py. I'm going to copy this and paste the profiles. So here we will have, maybe let's put in my profile directly, something like this. My profile, or my profile with underscore, and this is going to be profiles, URLs, and then profiles. All right, so let's save this, and before we test this out, let's go to the profiles application and to the main HTML. Let's inherit from base HTML. Let's put in a block title, and here we will just put in my profile, and then in the block content we will put in also for now my profile. So let's save this, and let's go to /my profile and page not found. Okay, it was with underscore, so my profile, and there it is. Here's my profile. Okay guys, so this was an easy and short video. In the next one we will actually continue working on the view and on the template. So see you over there. Alright guys, in this one let's finish our view. Okay, so there's a couple of things we need to do. Starting from the profile, we need to get our profile. So this is going to be profile objects get, where the user is equal to request.user. So this is the first thing. Then we need to have the form, and this is going to be profile form request post or none like this, and also request files or none. Okay, because we will be also sending files, image of the avatar. So this is going to be request files or none. And if we would like to see the updated values in our form, so I'm talking about the bio field in this case, let's put an instance is equal to, and then we need to set it to profile. Okay, so this is it. And then let's set another variable confirm, and initially it will be false. Okay, and then we can go to line 11, and here let's write if form is valid, then we are going to simply save the form. So form save, and also let's set the confirm to true. Okay, so in this case, when we have confirm is equal to true, we are going to display a notification that our profile has been updated. Okay, so we need to pass to the context the profile, the form, and the confirm. Confirm like this. All right, let's save this and let's jump into main HTML of our profiles application. And over here, let's get rid of my profile and let's perform an if check. So if confirm, and if this is the case, that means we basically updated our profile. So let's display an alert, and we'll take this blue one. So I'm just going to copy these 3 lines of code, and I'm going to paste it over here. Then I'm going to indent this, and I'm going to change the text to your profile has been updated, like this. Okay, and then let's go outside of this if confirm, and here let's create a div with the class equal to text center, because in the center we would like to display an avatar over here. So let's close up the div, and inside we can write emgsrc is equal to, and let's open up the curly bracelets, and here we are passing the profile to the template, so we can write avatar profile avatar URL. Alt is going to be maybe my profile, and then we will have a class. For now, I'm going to leave it as empty. And finally, we need to go to the form. Maybe let's add a break line, and now form action is equal to blank. This is going to be handled by the same view, and the method is going to be set to post, and the enc type, which also needs to be included over here, is going to be multi part form data, okay, because we are sending avatar through this form. So let's close out the form. Let's add a CSRF token. And then we need to load crispy form stacks. So let's do it at the top beneath the extents. Load crispy forms tags. Okay. So let's return to our form and let's place in the form itself with the crispy filter, and then let's put in a button type equal to submit, and let's add a class equal to btn primary. Let's put in update and let's close up the button. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. And let's refresh, and there it is. Okay, so here is our form, and we have a problem with the image, and this is why I've added a class. So right now we actually need to go to style CSS, and yeah, let's create a class for this particular image for this avatar. All right, so let's do this very quickly. Static style CSS, okay, and I'm going to put this as avatar big, and here let's define the height. So the height is going to be maybe 200 pixels, and then the width is going to be, let's say, also 200 pixels, and then I'm going to add a maybe border radius, where is it? Border radius, like this, okay, and I'm going to do it as 50%, so this avatar should be rounded. I'm going to copy this, save it, and then let's go to main HTML, and of course of the profiles application. So profiles main HTML, and here let's put in this class. All right, let's hit refresh. Maybe let's clear the cache, Command-Shift-R, and there it is. Okay, so this is looking pretty nice. However, we can make it look just a little bit better by adding a margin top to this bottom. So let's go to this button in the form and let's add a margin top 3. Let's save this. Let's refresh and let's try to update this form. Hello world, update. And your profile has been updated. So now we have hello world. Okay, let's refresh. And we still see hello world. And then if we would go to profiles and select my profile, we have hello world. So this is working. And yeah, I think we can finish off over here. I'm just going to put in here some bio, and I'm going to press update, and there it is. So yeah, as mentioned before, we will finish off over here and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this particular part, we are going to cover authentication. So we are going to create the login and logout view. Before we do that, I just want to show you what will happen if we would get rid of this instance profile, because I forgot to do it in the previous part. So let me save this. Let's hit refresh, and some bio now became no bio. And why do we see no bio? Because in the modals.py file, we have a default no bio, okay? So if we would add this instance is equal to profile, we will actually see the profile of a particular user in the bio, which can be edited right away. So this is it. I just wanted to show you because I forgot to do it in the previous part. And now let's go to the authentication. So the authentication will be covered in the reports project. So let's do it directly over here. I'm going to create a new file, which I'm going to name, of course, views.py. So here we will begin from the imports. Let's bring in from Django shortcuts, not only the render, but we will also need redirect. And then let's go to Django contrib auth. And from here, So from Django contrib auth, and from here we are going to import authenticate and login and logout. All right. And finally, let's bring in the authentication form. So from Django contrib auth forms, let's bring in the authentication form. Okay, so now let's create a view that I'm going to name as login view, like this. And this will take in a request. And the first thing is I'm going to set an error or even error message. And this is initially going to be set to none. Then I'm going to bring in the authentication form. All right, and as the next step, let's check if we are dealing with the request post. So if request method is equal to post, in this case, we will have the form with authentication form with the data set to request post, like this. All right, and as the next step, we can check if the form is valid. So if form is valid, and in this case, we can actually get the username and the password out of this form. So this is going to be username is equal to form cleaned data, and we want to get the username, and let's do the same thing for the password. And this is going to be form cleaned data get password. All right. And if we have the username and password, we can actually write down user is equal to authenticate. You'll need to pass in as the username from over here. All right. And as the password, you'll need to pass in the password. All right. So now we can write if user is not none. And if this is the case, we want to log in. So we need to pass in the request and the user. Okay, and then let's do something a little bit more fancy. If request and then get and next, if we have next in our URL, in our path over here, that will mean basically that we are trying to get to a particular page, not necessarily the home page. So we can get, for example, to my profile page, okay? And here we should get this information. So I'll come back to this a little bit later, but for now, if request get next, okay, then we want to redirect to that place. So we need to put in request get next. Okay, so this is where we want to be redirected, and here I accidentally added a comma. And in other case, we want to be taken to home. So let's return redirect, and we want to go to sales and home, I think. Let's confirm. Let's go to sales, URLs. So this is the app name sales, and home is the main path. Okay, so this is it, and we'll have to go to the line where we have if form is valid and add an else. And here we will change, in this scenario, the error message. So the error message will be oops, something went wrong. All right, and now we can create a context dictionary. So let's do it over here. Context is equal to, and we need to pass in the form and the error message. Form and then error message. All right, and finally let's return render. Let's pass in the request. Let's set the path. So the path will be in the main templates folder. So in this templates folder, but I'm going to create a separate directory called auth, and there I'm going to keep this login HTML. So this is going to be auth login HTML, and here let's pass in the context. Okay, so this was login. Logout is going to be a little bit more easy, so I'm just going to put in logout view, which takes in a request, and here we want to log out simply, logout request, and maybe let's return redirect to login. So we need to register those two paths, and we'll do it directly in the main URLs py file. So we need to go, actually this is the sales, so let's go to report project, and let's go to our URLs py file, and below let's bring those two views, from.views. You want to import, and now login view and logout view. Alright, so let's do the registration of login view first. So let's do it below path, and then I'm going to put in login view, and the name is going to be login, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do the same thing for the logout. So here we won't have login but logout view, and the name will be logout. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this, and now we need to go to our main templates folder where we keep our base HTML and navbar HTML, and here what I'm going to do is, as mentioned before, create an auth directory, and inside I'm going to put in the login HTML. Okay, so let's inherit from base HTML. So this is going to be the first step. Extends base HTML like this. Then let's set a block title, and this is going to be just login. And then let's set the block content. And here, well, let's do an if first. So let's put if, and if error message, then we are going to display an error. Okay, so if error message, let's actually grab the danger one, and let's put it over here. So if error message, and error message is not true or false. If we take a look at the view, so reports proj was the name. Okay, here's the view, and error message is an actual message. All right, so it's none, and then it changes to an actual notification, actual string. So what we can do over here is to in the login HTML to put in, instead of this text, the error message. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we need to go outside the error message, and here I'm going to create a new div with a class container, and in this class, in this div, I'm going to put another div with a class equal to call 6. Okay, so I'm going to shrink this column to the half size, because Bootstrap has a 12 grid system, and we are now creating a column where we have 6 actual columns. So let's do it like this, and let's maybe put a row, div class equals to row, if we decide to put something in the other column. So we will have something like this. Okay, and basically we could create another column and use this half of the screen to display something, for example some news or some updates, maybe something like this. Okay, but let's focus on this part. So here I'm going to put a form action set to blank, method will be equal to post, and I'm going to also add some class. So first of all, I'm going to add some padding 3, and then I'm going to add a border maybe 2. We'll see how this looks like. And then yeah, I'm going to close this, close out the form over here. Let's put in the CSRF token, and yeah, we'll need to bring in crispy forms. So let's write load crispy forms tags like this, and let's apply this crispy filter on our form. Form and crispy. Okay, so we'll also need a button. Let's put type is equal to submit, and let's set this button to be equal. Maybe let's also make it blue, so it will be btn and then btn primary. Okay, log in. Let's close off the button, and yeah, let's take a look at the result. So I'm going to save this, and let's go to the report app, login, and there it is. Okay, so if I close this, we could add a logo over here. For sure, let's add some margin to the button, margin top 3. Okay, and there it is. Okay, so I'm going to leave it as it is. And right now we can finish off over here, and in the next one we are going to protect our views that we already created. So we will see each other over there. Alright guys, so in this one let's protect our views in order to actually find out if this login functionality works or not. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to head over to our reports application. So we need to find our, not reports application, but the reports project, sorry guys. And here I'm going to go to the settings py file, and somewhere over here maybe I'm going to put in login or auth, and here I'm going to set the login URL, and I'm going to put in login like this. Okay, so now I'm going to save this, and we'll go to the views of maybe reports. We'll begin from the reports, all right? So let's do 2 imports. From Django contrib auth decorators, we want to import login required, and this is going to be used for the function views. And from Django contrib auth mixins, we are going to import the login required mixin. Okay, so now if we are dealing with a class-based view, we need to put in front of the view that we are inheriting from this login required mixin, and here we have it. Okay, and if we are dealing with function views, we just need to put in the login required decorator like this. Okay, let's do it over here as well, login required. And basically we have our views protected, so those views right now require for us to be logged in. If we are not going to be logged in, we will be taken to the login URL that we defined in the settings py file. So let's copy those imports, let's save the views py for reports, and let's go to sales, and here we are going to do the same thing. So let's put those two, and here we have a function view, so we need to put in login required, and then we have a class-based view, so let's put in login required mixin and login required mixin. All right, let's save this. And what else do we have? We have profiles. So let's go over here. Here we just have one function view, so we don't need this import, and let's do it like this, login required. All right, and I think we have all the views right now protected. So if not, we will simply add those decorators or mixins. But for now, let's log out through the Django administration, and let's go to the main page. And as you can see, right now we are taken to the login. And here we see this next, okay? So if I would like to go to, for example, reports, next I have right now reports. So if I would log in right now, I should be taken to reports. And there we are, okay? I'm taken to reports. So now I'm going to log out. All right, and I'm going to hit enter, and we still see reports. So let me just get rid of this. And now we have login, and without any next, I should be taken simply to the main page. And here we are, okay? So this is basically what we did in the authentication login view. So if we go to the reports proj views.py file, this is this part. If request get next, if we have this next, then we are going wherever the next takes us. And in other case, we are just going to the main page, which in our case is in the sales application and the home page. All right, guys. So yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and there's one still thing to do, mainly to add the navbar. So this is what we are going to cover in the next video. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, so in this one, let's add the navbar. I already added it on the blog, so we can simply copy it. However, we'll still need to do some adjustments. So let's first copy this, and let's bring it to the navbar HTML. Let's save this. Let's go back to our application. Let's hit refresh, and here is our navbar. So we have some problems. We don't see this image over here, and we also don't see our avatar. It should be somewhere over here. And if we press on those links, of course, they aren't working. However, the dropdown works. But still, if we press on the links over here, nothing actually happens. So as mentioned before, there are a few things that we need to cover. And yeah, let's get started. So I'm going to bring the logo that I've prepared for this to the src static, and here we are going to put the logo. Okay, so now if we hit refresh, there is the logo, and let's take a look at the class. Okay, so this is logo sm. We'll actually need to define this class. So let's go to style css, and let's put in maybe height 30 pixels, and width, let's do auto. Okay, let's save this, and let's see what will be the result. Okay, maybe we need to clear the cache, and this is looking much better. So now let's take care of the avatar. So here I'm going to create another class, avatar. So here we have avatar big, so maybe I'm going to cut it and put it above the avatar big. and this is just going to be avatar, or maybe even avatar SM, avatar small. All right, so I'm just going to copy this, put it over here, and this is not going to be 200 but maybe 40 and 40, and the border radius will remain the same. So let's save this, let's copy this avatar SM, and let's put it in the navbar HTML. So here we have the section if request user is authenticated. Okay, so we basically see this drop down only if the user is authenticated, only if we are authenticated. All right, so here is the place for our avatar. I'm going to paste the class over here, avatar SM, and here I'm going to put in request user profile and then avatar URL. Okay, so this is how we can get the avatar. Let's save this, let's hit refresh, and here is our avatar. Okay, so this is no picture avatar. All right, so as the next step, let's actually take care of the links. So this is going to be kind of boring because we need to define all the paths. So let's start maybe from the top, because at the top we will define them and then we are going to bring them into our navigation. So how we can do this? URL, and then let's set the home, so it's sales and then home, and then we will set it as path to home. Okay, and now we can grab this path to home and we can put it over here. All right, and then we can write an if check. If request path is matching the path to home, then we are going to add an active class. So let's see what an active class does. I'm going to save this, hit refresh, and as you can see right now, this is a little bit more black. It's not grayish as those three options. It's more visible. All right, so now we need to have an if check. If the request path matches the path to home, then we are going to add this active class. So let's do this. If we need to write it from scratch, if request path is equal to, and let's pass in path to home like this, and then we will have end if. Okay, then we are going to add active like this. Okay, so let's actually see if this will work or not. And it seems to be working. So now we need to do the same thing for the sales. Okay, so if we go to simply, I think it was sales. All right, so here's our sales list. And by the way, we still need to take care of the sales list, so we forgot about that, so we'll do that in the next one. And now we need to grab this application name and the path name and set it the same way as we did with home. So right now we can navigate to home, and as you can see, it's still active. So this is working, and the same thing we need to do for sales. Add from file, reports, and then profile, and the logout is just going to be logout. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to name this as path to sales, and this is going to be sales, and then we need to actually go to sales, and then we need to take a look at the name of this path. We have list. Okay, so let's go back. This is going to be sales list. All right, so let's copy this part and put it over here. If request path is equal to path to sales, then we will add active, and here we will have path to sales like this. Let's save this and let's try it out. Sales, home, okay? And the active is changing as well. So everything is working. So let's continue. Then we will have add from file, and this was also in sales or in reports. Okay, so it has to be in reports. So let's go to reports, and there it is, from file. Okay, so we will have reports from file. Just going to copy this, and then let's go to our navbar HTML. So this is going to be, I'm going just to copy this and put it as reports and from file. So this would probably make sense to put in the sales application because we are creating sales objects from file, but let's leave it as it is. And this is going to be path to from file. Okay. So now we need to copy this, put it over here, and then let's copy this one, and this will be path to from file. Let's save this. Okay, and there it is. So everything is working so far, and we still have reports. So again, we need to go to reports, application, URLs, and we have it as main. Okay, so let's copy this and let's put it over here. So this is going to be reports main and path to reports. All right, so now we need to copy this, put it over here, and then let's copy this and put it inside, and then if request path matches the path to reports, then if request path, something is wrong over here. Okay, because I didn't copy this part. Okay, so now everything should be okay. So if request path matches to path to reports, we will add an active class, and here I just need to get rid of one additional quotation mark, and yeah, everything seems to be fine. So let's save this and let's hit refresh, reports, and there it is. All right, and everywhere we see the active class. Add from file, okay, works as well. So now we need to take care of the profile and the logout. So we'll go to profiles, and not the views but URLs, and here we have the name my. All right, so we need to go back to navbar HTML. Let's copy this, and here we will have profiles, my, and path to my profile. Let's copy this. Let's put it over here in double curly bracelets. Okay, and then we need to add this active item. So we need to copy this line of code again and put it over here. And right now we need to change path to my profile as if request path matches this path to my profile, not to path to reports, but path to my profile. And let's do the logout here. I'm just going to put in single curly bracelets, URL and logout, just like this. So let's see if this will work or not. I'm going to hit refresh, profile, and here we are at my profile. Let's press logout and we are taken to the login page. So now let's log in and everything is working, and we still need to take care of this the sales detail page. Okay, so we'll do that in the next one. So see you guys over there. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to create the detail page because we simply forgot about it. At least I forgot about it. I'm terribly sorry. So let's fix this in this one. We're going to move to our detail HTML inside the sales application folder. I'm going to get rid of everything inside of the block content. And here I'm going to create a new div with the class is equal to row. And maybe I'll add some margin at the top and at the bottom. And then I'm going to close off the row and close off the div over here. So next I'm going to create another div with the class equal to call3. Let me close it off over here. And then I'm just going to copy this and paste it below. So here we will have not 3, but 9. And in this one, in the smaller div, we are going to keep the customer logo. So let's write EMG SRC, and then let's open the quotation marks, curly bracelets, and then object customer logo URL. Okay, so as a reminder, if we go to the views, we have where it is. This is our detail view, so we can use object. And then if we go to the models py file, here we have a customer field, and then in the customer we have the logo. Okay, so let's go back to our detail HTML. So we have object customer logo URL, and let's give it a class of EMG fluid. And then I'm going to set out as, let's do it in the quotation marks. And here I'm just going to put in object customer name, like this. All right, so this is the smaller div. In the bigger div, I'm going to maybe list out the transaction ID and the salesman. So I'm just going to create an unorganized list. And here I'm going to put in as the first list item transaction ID. And maybe in bolded, I'm going to put in over here object transaction ID like this. Okay, so now let's copy this. And here, instead of the transaction ID, we are going to have the salesman. And here we will have object salesman user and username. All right, so let's save this and let's see the result. I'm going to hit refresh. Okay, the server is reloading probably. And there it is. Okay, we have the transaction ID, and here is our image. To be more precise, the customer logo. All right, so next we need to go to getbootstrap.com and let's type table. And we are going to grab this one. Let's copy it and let's put it beneath. Okay, so we can put it over here. And then, yeah, we'll need to keep this T head. So all the way to over here, this is fine. And then instead of displaying those rows one by one, we are going to keep only the one, and the rest will be taken care of with the for loop. So let's write for, and then let's call this pos as position, because here we want to display the positions. So pos in object and then get positions like this. We want to bring in this table row inside of this for loop. All right. And here in the row, we are going to put in the for loop counter like this. And before we go to the next table data, let's focus on the columns. So here we will have this hash as number, then we will have the product, and then we will have maybe the quantity and the price. And also let's put in the customer. So we will need to have an additional method for getting the customer. Okay, so let's put in customer. And right now we need to have one more table data. So here we are referring to the product. So this is going to be position, so pos, and then product name, like this. And here we will have the quantity. So this is going to be just the position quantity, pos quantity. And here we are referring to the price. So let's put in position price. And then we have the customer. So we'll need to go to the modals.py file. And here we have the get sales ID by the position inside the position class. So let's copy it. And let's do the same thing for the customer. So instead of get sales ID, we will have get customer. Okay, and here we are going to return sale obj and then customer and name. Okay, so here we have the customer and we will return the name. All right, so let's do this actually. I'm going to head over to the views.py file and to the detail HTML, and here we are going to refer to position and then get customer name like this. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. Let's hit refresh. And there it is. Okay, so the customer unfortunately didn't work. Get customer name. Let's take a look at the modals. Okay, here I got get sales customer. So sorry about this. I'm going to go back to the details and put in get sales customer, and I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. All right, so this is our sales page, sales detail page, and let's finish off over here, and we will continue in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, so this is it. This is finally the end. I hope you guys enjoyed this course. Thank you if you made it all the way through. Thank you so much. And yeah, there are still obviously some improvements that can be made, but I'm leaving this to you. You can expand this project in multiple ways. For example, one small improvement that you can do immediately is if we go to the 7th from the 7th to the today's date and select a bar chart and leave the results by transaction, we can press search and then we can add a report and just let's put in 1 and 1, and we have a confirmation that the report is created. If we close this, we see still those values 1 and 1. So maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to reset the form after saving. Okay, so we can do it very easily. If we go to home.js, we need to refer to the report form and we need to find the success block. So beneath the handle alerts, we can write report form and then reset like this. Okay, so let's save this. Let's clear the cache and restart the page. From the 7th to the 22nd, bar chart transaction, add report, 1, 1, save, and right now we've resetted the form. Okay, so you can play around, you can do additional stuff over here, but for now what we can also do is to, for example, get rid of the history. So as you can see by the name input, we see the history, what we've typed. So this is also a very easy fix. We can go to home HTML and we need to find our form. Here it is. And we need to put in autocomplete is equal to off. Okay, let's save this. Let's go back. And again, let's select the date from date to and search. And then add report. And as you can see, we don't see any more of the history. Okay, so as mentioned before, please feel free to play around with this project, improve it in your own way. And one more time, I really hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. Please let me know in the comments what did you like and what you didn't like, and hope to see you soon in the upcoming videos. Have a great day and bye-bye.